Good evening. At this time, I would like to open the regular monthly meeting of the Wight County School Board. Today is Thursday, January the 12th, and the year is 2023, and Happy New Year to all of you. First thing, we will have a roll call from Mrs. Whitlow.
Mr. Cunningham?
Present.
Mr. Marsh?
Present.
Mr. Wooster?
Present.
Mrs. Tynes?
Present.
And Mr. Collick?
Present.
Okay. That's 5-0, so we all here present today. Item number 3 on the agenda, you have approval of the agenda or amendments. And I do have some corrections. Item number 21, it should read second read instead of first read. We also have I would like to make a motion to amend the closed session agenda to add personnel investigation, January the 23rd.
That's just the case number.
Okay, JAN 2301, and a motion to amend the agenda to add action or closed session item, personnel investigation, case number JAN 23-01.
Madam Chair, I'd like to add one thing to the organizational meeting agenda. And Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to add draft bylaws to the organizational agenda.
Hold on a second, because I have one motion on the floor to take care of the amended items for the closed session items before we bring on anything new, okay?
You want to vote on that separately then?
That's fine.
Okay. All right, I'm going to do a verbal on these. Mr. Cunningham?
Yay.
Mr. Marsh?
Yay.
Mr. Wooster?
Yay.
Mrs. Tynes?
Yay.
And Mr. Collick?
Yay. Okay.
Okay.
Now I'd like to make a motion to add bylaws to the organizational meeting agenda.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. It's been unseconded.
Any discussion? No? Okay. All right. Mr. Cunningham?
No.
Mr. Marsh?
Yay.
Mr. Wooster?
Yay.
Mrs. Tynes?
Nay.
And Mr. Collick?
Yay.
Motion passes 3-2. Okay. If there are no more amendments for the agenda, at this time, I would turn the meeting over to Dr. Kramer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Board. At this time, I would like to ask for nominations for the Board Chair position. Are there any nominations at this time?
I'll nominate Mr. Collick.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Or are there any other nominations at this time? With no other nominations, we will need a motion.
No, we don't need a motion.
Okay, Mr. Marsh.
That was the motion.
Mr. Marsh made the nomination, so
That is the motion. So we just need a vote.
I'm sorry, thank you kindly. I don't do this often. So let's call the vote, please.
Oh, it's on there. Oh.
It's not coming up. There we go.
Okay, with the 3 yeas, 2 nays, and per policy BCA, upon election, the chair immediately assumes office and presides over the remainder of the meeting. Congratulations, Chairman Collick.
Thank you, Dr. Kramer. Thank you, members of the board.
Move to the center.
I Yes, I will. And the next item on the agenda is the election of the vice chair. Are there any nominations for vice chair?
I'd like to nominate Mr. Cunningham.
Mr. Cunningham is nominated for vice chair. Mr. Cunningham.
I respectfully decline that nomination. Thank you, though.
Okay. Mr. Cunningham declines the nomination. Are there any more nominations for vice chair? I'll respectfully nominate Mr. Marish for vice chair. Is there any discussion? The clerk will take the roll call. Oh, do we have a second?
I'll second it. Okay, we have 3 yeas and 2 nays. Mr. Marish is the vice chair for the year 2023.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, sir. Next, can I have a motion to appoint the school board clerk for 2023?
I would like to make a motion that we appoint Jessica Whitlow for our clerk for the year of 2023.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Please take the roll call, Ms. Whitlow.
I didn't get my vote up. Oh, here it is.
Finally, a unanimous vote. Congratulations, Mrs. Whitlow.
Thank you.
Next, we will have the appointment of the deputy clerk. If I could have a motion for this position.
I would like to make a motion that we appoint Ms. Crystal Briggs for the position of deputy clerk.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second.
Mr. Marsh, you were the second.
And as it should be, the ladies are much more popular than the gentlemen. Congratulations, Ms. Briggs. Next, the vice chair will make a motion to go into closed session.
All right.
I motion to go into a closed meeting to review the personnel report posted on Board Docs under Personnel tab 19.1 and to review personnel case January-23-01 as authorized by Virginia Code 2.2-3711A1 for purposes of discussion and consideration of prospective candidates of Isle of Wight Public Schools for employment, contract changes, supplemental contracts and deletion, performance and discipline and resignations of the Isle of Wight County Schools Isle of Wight Public Schools employees.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Before we second, I would like Vice Chair to go back, and he said January, read it as JAN-23-01. It's important that we do that with the motions. That's how it's written. We just made that correction so someone can second it now.
I'll second it. Yes, we'll do it.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We can take a vote. Okay, the board will be going into closed session. Ms. Clerk, do we have any requests to speak during the closed session?
No, sir.
Okay, we will be back after the closed session, resume approximately 6 o'clock this evening.
Okay. Welcome. This evening's open meeting is about to begin. The Wight County School Board here in the Westside Elementary School Auditorium at 800 West Main Street in Smithfield, Virginia. Today's date is Thursday, January 12th, 2023, and we are preparing students for college, career, and life. Now, we've just finished closed session. We're now in open session, and so I need a motion for the certification of the resolution of compliance.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that the closed meeting was conducted in conformity with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, as required by Section 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia, and certify that only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements were discussed, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. The clerk will take the roll. The vote. All members have voted yea. The certification resolution of compliance is passed. I'd like to welcome everybody. Particularly, I'd like to welcome Chairman McCarty and Mr. Jefferson of the Board of Supervisors. And are there any other supervisors here this evening? I don't see any. And I want to welcome all the good citizens of Wight County. Welcome to the first Wight County School Board meeting of 2023. I would like to thank the school board for your trust and your faith in my abilities to chair this board for this year. I would also like to thank Mrs. Denise Tynes for her service over the last year. I know it was a thankless job on many occasions, but Denise, I certainly learned a lot from you. Thank you. As the chair, I have one basic role in addition to my role as the school board member for District 5. That is to ensure all meetings are run efficiently, effectively, and within the legal framework for public meetings. Other than this, I have no more authority than any other school board member unless this board votes to add additional authority to this position. So, when you have an issue that you feel needs the school board's attention, please contact your school board member who will help you in any way that he or she can. Now, as the chair, I pledge to you to follow all laws, regulations, policies, procedures, and bylaws that govern this board. I pledge to ensure all school board members have equal opportunities to represent their constituents. That is, if any board member wants to add an item to the agenda, it will be added, whether or not I agree with it. I also plan to allow citizens' comments at special meetings, using the same rules for a regular meeting. This board will listen to your comments, and we may even ask you a question or two for amplifying information. And at times, we may table agenda items based on your comments. My personal goal for this year is to work with Dr. Kramer and his staff to increase the academic performance across the division as we continue to rebound from the COVID pandemic setbacks, particularly for those students where the need is greatest. Again, thank you for coming out and supporting our students, staff, and administrators, and I hope that you will be able to support this board in its effort to take Wight County Schools to the next level in education. Thank you. Now the Vice Chair will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. Now, Mrs. Lynn Briggs will present the Isle of Wight Achievers.
Test. There we are. Okay. Good evening, Chair, board members, Dr. Kramer. The vision for Isle of Wight County Schools is to create a learning environment that will enable every child to discover his or her unique gifts and talents. The Isle of Wight Achiever section of our board meeting gives us an opportunity to celebrate and recognize our students and staff for their unique talents and gifts. First, we will have our Seniors of the Month from Windsor High and Smithfield High. When I call your name, if you'll please come forward, Mrs. Susan Getz. Mrs. Susan Getz will hand you a plaque and a pin when I call you up. Our first Senior of the Month is from Windsor High, and that is Corinne Walters. Corey currently serves as the Beta Club president, where she leads over 100 academically minded students through service projects for the school and community. In addition to her service work, she collaborates with the Beta Club officers to prepare for both the state and national convention. She also serves as the senior class secretary and, as such, helped plan and execute December's community outreach activity, where Windsor High seniors connected with the seniors at Windsor Consulate Care by delivering stockings full of necessities to each resident. She is a true multitasker and manages to balance her life with school and her involvement outside of Windsor High, the Windsor High community. Quote, Corinne Walters is one of the most giving students at Windsor High. She uses her time and talents every day to make our space a joyful place to be. I thoroughly love working with her both inside and outside of the classroom. And that comes from Mrs. McManaway, the chemistry teacher. Corey plans on attending VCU in the fall and pursuing a degree in biology. She is hopeful this will lead to medical school as she plans on becoming a doctor. Congratulations, Corey. And if any of Corey's family members want to come up and take a picture while she's in front of the backdrop and or join her in a picture, Mr. Elliott is doing the photo honors at this time. Come on, Mom and Dad, we know you're there. Come on. Brother, come on. All right. That's right. Okay, congratulations again, Corey. Okay, the Senior of the Month for January for Smithfield High School is Aiden Shannon. Aiden attends the Governor School for Science and Technology, where he studies biological sciences. He is currently interning at the Commonwealth Attorney's Office as part of the GSST Mentorship Program. He was named a commended student in the 2023 National Merit Scholarship Program, and he is a member of the Beta Club and helped to pack gifts as part of the club's community outreach program. Aiden is captain of the Lincoln Douglas Division of the Smithfield High School debate team and is undefeated this year. Pretty awesome. Right. He has also volunteered at the regional library and helps tutor algebra for Smithfield Middle School. Quote, Aiden Shannon is a standout student offering insightful and discerning opinions in class, leading class discussions with a unique and astute perspective. And that comes from Mrs. Julie Ng, Advanced Placement English teacher. Aiden has earned a full scholarship to Princeton University.
All right.
And probably the only thing he hasn't accomplished yet is he is currently undecided on his major. Congratulations, Aiden, and if you'll move to the backdrop, we'll get a photo with you, and if you have family members that would like to join you as well. And our last part of Achievers tonight is actually a general recognition and an announcement about our United Way campaign. The 2022 United Way campaign for all of Wight County Schools wrapped up in November. In 2020, the division raised about $15,000, which was around our annual average. In 2021, I was blown away when we raised over $29,000. This year, I'm absolutely stunned. Our school division of 800 plus employees and 5,500 students raised over, I'm getting goosebumps, raised over $48,000. $48,000. I have always been proud of the generosity of our employees, our students, and our families. When asked to help others less fortunate, they don't hesitate. It reminds me a bit of the final scene of It's a Wonderful Life. I love Wight County School people always step up. I want to publicly thank the campaign leaders and principals for their leadership and guidance. And if you would, if you are one of the school campaign leaders or a building principal, would you please stand at this time? Are they here? Okay. And I want to ask them to come up. We want to do a group photo because I'm just so darn excited. So y'all make your way up here, and I want to close out this little part about the United Way to say I also want to thank everyone who contributed to the campaign. You have made a difference in our community. The United Way will notify us of our official contributions in the spring, and at Convocation, we'll present our United Way awards, plus recognize them at a board meeting in the fall. But this news was too good to hold on to until then. So, Mr. Elliott, if you can get a group photo of our principals and assistant principals that came and campaign managers, because these were the boots on the ground that contributed to the $48,000. And while he's getting the photo, I'll just say that this is going to conclude our Achievers tonight.
And as they're getting their photo, I've noticed Supervisor Grice has come in, and I'd like to welcome Supervisor Grice here with us tonight as well as the other supervisors.
Thank you, board members. Thank you guys so much. Congratulations for being here.
Next, Dr. Kramer will introduce new hires to the team.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, colleague. I am honored to be able to introduce, as you stated, some new individuals to our team, and we are going to start with one individual who was unable to be here, but we will still acknowledge her. Mrs. Lacey Winter is returning to Isle of Wight County Schools as the Accounts Payable Technician. She previously worked for the division as a bookkeeper at Smithfield High School and returns with 15 additional years of experience in the finance field. Mrs. Winter lives in Battery Park with her husband, son, and rescue dogs. She was unable to attend this evening, but let's give her a round of applause nonetheless. And I hope to not embarrass the next three individuals too much, so I will ask that you stand when I read your brief bios. So let's start with Miss Chelsea Mullins. That's right, absolutely. Miss Mullins is the administrative assistant to the superintendent. That would be me. She has 6 years of experience in higher education at both William and Mary and Christopher Newport University in the areas of admissions and student services. Mrs. Mullins lives in Smithfield with her husband, Dr. Greg Mullins, and their son, Michael. Welcome. Another round of applause for Ms. Mullins. Next, we have Mrs. Sherry Hedgepeth. She is our new coordinator of finance. She has 23 years of experience in higher education at both Camp and Tidewater Community College in the finance department. Mrs. Hedgepeth moved to Isle of Wight in 2001 after marrying a lifelong resident of the county and has 2 children. Her son is a graduate of Windsor High School, and her daughter currently attends Windsor High School. Welcome to the finance department. And they all filled vacant positions, but this gentleman is assuming a new position, and that is Sergeant Jason Brinkley. Please stand, sir. Sergeant Brinkley will serve as our first security and emergency management specialist. He brings 15 years of safety and security experience to the division. Mr. Brinkley lives in the Hunterdale area of Southampton County with his wife and their 5 children. Welcome, Sergeant Brinkley. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That concludes the introductions.
Thank you, Dr. Kramer. Next, we will have I on instruction from Smithfield Middle School.
Good evening. We are the members of the Smithfield Middle School Band and Chorus. I'm Trinity Freeman.
I'm Jaden Bennett. I'm Madison Smith.
I'm Will Crispin. I'm Tristan Morton. I'm John Williamson.
And I'm Skylar Bledkin.
We are here to speak to you about our latest project, our performance at the SMS Veterans Day program. This Veterans Day program has been in existence for the last 16 years. Music reaches the hearts and minds of people where words can fail. As we spend time learning to read and perform music, we develop something special with our community. Our music ensembles at SMS provide us with the ability to accomplish many things. We were honored to offer this program as an offer to this program as an outreach to our local veterans and service members.
In our annual Veterans Day performance, we were able to use our skills to honor those who have served, to communicate our patriotism and thanks. All of us here already know the beauty of music. It is the purest form of art and expression. It can make you dance or cry or bring you in a different place in your mind or bring back a memory you haven't thought about in years. In our Veterans Day performance, we were able to do just that. Not only did our skills show our patriotism, but we were also able to show the people that are active and retired in the military that we see them, we hear them, and we are proud to be in Isle of Wight with them.
Music. It holds so much power, and the value of music goes much deeper than what you hear. It provides an escape into a whole new world unlike our own. We would like to share some of the incredible ways that performing in music ensembles develops resilience, grit, creativity, communication, and collaboration.
Performing music invokes activity in which many different parts of the brain are actively working at the same time. Learning music strengthens connections in the brain, which have been shown to improve memory, motor functions, and learning in other areas. Being able to express ourselves, manage stress, work together cooperatively, have empathy, and understanding towards others is a valuable part of daily life. Can you imagine a world where everyone had these skills? Through music, we can achieve this.
Learning music is a long-term commitment. It takes work and requires grit. Learning music gives us an opportunity to practice long-term and short-term goal setting and helps us to perform for our families and the community.
Every day in band and chorus, we are able to apply and refine our people skills. We do this in music ensembles by putting aside our differences and working together towards the common goal of putting on a successful performance.
We are proud to be part of a long-standing tradition of honoring our community at SMS. This performance not only allows us to demonstrate our creativity and talents, but also gives us the chance to interact with those who have served and learn from them. This performance not only helped us build self-esteem and confidence by participating in large groups and performing in crowds, but also let us talk to adults in a respectful and mature manner, all through the power of music and its importance in our lives.
Throughout the last 16 years, our program has blossomed. This year, our PTA provided over 80 lunches for our veterans. Our 8th graders attended as a part of their civics classes and applauded our guests as they paraded into the auditorium. Our Boy Scouts presented the American and Virginia state flags and provided a full flag folding ceremony. The band and chorus members brought both smiles and tears due to the feelings that were brought to the surface when hearing patriotic music. As a part of the Smithfield Middle School Chorus and Band, we want to express our appreciation for the programs and activities we have and the support from the IWCS community. Thank you for your time. Have a great night.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for that Veterans Day ceremony. I don't know if you know, but 3 of us up here are veterans, and I think I can speak for all of us that we really appreciate that. Thank you. And as they're getting their picture taken, we will start preparing for the Smithfield High School special presentation. And it will be called the Stop the Bleed Project.
Members of the board, first off, I would like to thank you for inviting me to speak tonight on Stop the Bleed. I'm here with one of my fellow cadets, Caden Stefano, who is a 3rd semester cadet. Me personally, I am a 4th semester cadet, and I have Colonel Bedoyan, who is like a 50,000 semester cadet at this point. Next slide. Next.
I'm on the side of the ground. It's a good day.
Next slide. Yeah. Okay. What does it mean to stop the bleed? Stop the Bleed. The evolution of Stop the Bleed program was influenced by world events. In 2012, 20 students and 8 adults were casualties in the tragic mass shooting at Sandy Hook Elementary School. Stop the Bleed is a grassroots organization, a call to action that encourages bystanders to become trained, equipped, and empowered to help in a bleeding emergency. / matters casualty event before professional help arrives. In a Stop the Bleed course, you will learn 3 quick techniques on how to save a life before someone bleeds out, similar in the way to CPR is taught. As Let 2 cadet or 2nd semester cadets, you are taught CPR, so this would be further training on top of that. Caden Stefano will take the next slide, and then Colonel Bedoyan will do the last slide.
Good afternoon. I would also like to thank you for inviting us here today. My name is Caden Stefano. I'm a 3rd semester cadet and a sophomore at Smithfield High. If I could direct your attention to the left side of the screen. This is the why behind why we'd like to do this. It takes 3 to 5 minutes for somebody to bleed out, and it takes 7 to 10 minutes for a first responder to attend to the site if deemed safe. Given that some of our schools within the county are in rural areas, it could take longer. Several states in the U.S. are already enacting legislation to implement Stop the Bleed in high schools across the country. What we have done, Ethan has spoke to Governor Youngkin about bringing Stop the Bleed to schools in Virginia. We have met with Dr. Kramer and Principal Cuffey to bring Stop the Bleed to school in Wight County. We have applied for 2 grants for training kits and Stop the Bleed kits. We had to reschedule the Lions Club that we were supposed to have Monday night for later in February. Thank you. I'd like to pass it off to Colonel Bedoin.
Ladies and gentlemen, School Board, Dr. Kramer. Cadence and Ethan have covered the what and the why and some of the who of this project. I'd like to fill in the rest of the who, the when, and the how. We've just met, you just saw Mr. Sergeant Jason Brinkley introduced by Dr. Kramer as the new Safety Security Director. And what we'd like to do is start planning a way ahead with him as well as with Dr. Kramer and administrators in order to bring this program to Wight County Schools. We've recommended we start a pilot. The reason I'm here is I have about 80 to 100 cadets a semester. We'd like to start after spring break with some of the training for Stop the Bleed as a pilot, and then spread it to the rest of Wight County Schools. There is a monetary stipulation there for Stop the Bleed kits. We'll work with Mr. Brinkley on trying to lower the cost of those, but Ethan has been working his little fanny off getting grants to sway that cost. The end state or the goal is to have personnel throughout each school, both students and faculty, trained in Stop the Bleed. So if something should occur that we don't want to, we have students and faculty that can save lives. So basically, with your approval, we'd like to move forward in the heavy planning with Mr. Brinkley, the administrators, the Stop the Bleed instructors, and select teachers and administrators. Next slide. Ethan, you got the... if you want any more information on Stop the Bleed, those 2 links are, one is to the Stop the Bleed organization, and the other one is through the Department of Homeland Security with the Stop the Bleed, basically the hashtag, subject to your questions.
Does the board have any questions for us?
I do have one question about the pilot. Now, Dr. Kramer, that's something you can authorize, correct? You don't need the board.
We will continue, as I think Colonel Bedoin stated, working with Ethan, Cadence, and Colonel Bedoin. And first of all, thank you all, and we greatly appreciate the work that you've been doing, Ethan. It was a great meeting with Ethan, Cadence, and Colonel Bedoin at the school, and since we've met with Mrs. Coffey. So we will continue to support them and work with Smithfield High School. And if there are others who are interested, we will revisit that in the future. But I think, as Colonel Bedoin stated as well, with Sergeant Brinkley here, he will also work with them, support them, and make a recommendation to us as to how we can expand this potentially elsewhere.
No, that's perfect. And if you do need support from the board, obviously come back, and we'll do everything we can to support you, I think.
Thanks, sir.
Again, thank you for your time, and this concludes the slideshow.
Thank you. Okay, next we have the request to speak on agenda items. So the clerk will go ahead and relive something for you.
Okay. In accordance to policy BDD-H-E, presentation of information on any subject will be concluded at the discretion of the board. No person will be recognized to speak more than once. Citizens scheduled on the agenda to speak will be permitted 4 minutes maximum time for their presentation. Delegations will be requested to limit their speakers to 2. Persons speaking are asked to be specific, state the issues for the board's consideration, and attach a copy of your prepared remarks. If you have prepared remarks, they should be given to the board clerk. Please do not approach the board members. Any matter relating to specific students will be heard by the school board only in a closed meeting. First, we have Luann Scott.
Good evening. I'm Blue Ann Scott from the Windsor District. I'm an educator, recently retired from Wight County Schools, and I taught for 45 years high school English. I'd like to speak tonight to the proposed amendment to the governor's request for censorship that was read at last board meeting. The purpose of education is to do many things, but most importantly, it is to widen horizons and to expose students to other worlds besides the limited ones in which they live. One of the reasons that we value education is because it prepares children to move outside their families, outside their narrow world, outside the world they already know, and embrace a world with different ideas. There's a danger in censorship, a very real danger. I've read a book that had a big impact in my life, and it had almost all the divisive issues that were listed in the amendment, like murder and racial issues and sexual issues. And guess what it was called? The Bible. So, if we are to censor what our students see and hear and read, then we are asking for them to be limited in their thinking, in their scope. 30 years ago, I stood before the school board at a parent complaint about a book. That book was by Maya Angelou, and there was an attempt to keep that book out of our curriculum. And at the end of the discussion on that, the mother admitted that she didn't want her child reading that book because she was tired of her reading about black people. And I was bowled over at that point 30 years ago, and to think that we are here tonight looking at the exact same issue. We are here because there are people who don't want our children exposed. Well, what does that mean? Well, I think George Orwell wrote a book about it. He said that if you want to limit people's scope, if you want to limit what they know, then you take language and ideas away from them. Okay, so what is the nature of this amendment? I really would like to know where it came from, because I believe it is a more political than educational piece of writing. It is very widely understood and easy to find that there are multiple venues, multiple school boards being presented with this very same concept. So is this really about the educational quality of the children of Isle of Wight County? Because that is what you were elected to do.
1 minute.
What does 1 minute left or 1 minute going?
1 minute left.
Okay. So what does divisive mean? I don't know. What is divisive to one person is not divisive to another. I'll put this in overdrive. If there's an impact on parents, it's because they have chosen a very narrow vision for their children. And the problem with that is, if we give in to parent A and let them define what our children will read and study, then we are limiting my child because I don't agree with those ideas. So is one parent then going to make the choices and the decisions for all parents? The other issue is children need to have a large world, and they need to learn lots of different things, not just what they already know. And I'm going to go to the teachers at the end because I'm an advocate for teachers and because I'm retired. And that is to say that this is unenforceable. Teachers cannot manage to accomplish what this does. It could not be done. Thank you.
Thank you. If I can remind everybody, we've got quite a few people that are going to speak, so if you can not have any outbursts, no applause, Nothing like that. Everybody's taking their time to come here and speak tonight. Let's listen to them, whether you agree with them or not, and get on and move on to the next speaker. Thank you.
Christopher Johnson.
I'm also speaking to the censorship proposal. Good evening, Mr. Chair, Dr. Kramer, and other members of the school board. I am Christopher Johnson, an English teacher at Windsor High School and a proud Duke graduate. Windsor High School had and still has impactful teachers. Their lessons taught me how to think critically and debate respectfully. Along with my parents, they bolstered who I am today. It was a team effort then, and it still remains a team effort. My parents did their job at home so my teachers could do their job at school. Our teachers have grown by leaps, our schools have grown by leaps and bounds. Surely we have widened our practice and realized we teach and learn in a changing world. We are connected through vibrant industry and commerce that is a part of the globalization regardless of our political, religious, or personal views. It is moving rapidly. Our students deserve schools that prepare them for this move. Tonight, our teaching practices are in question. The depth of our standards is suddenly feeling constricted, much like a noose around our necks. The proposal regarding instructional materials is a direct attempt to discredit a teacher's ability to make sound judgments, and it questions professional ethics and integrity. The strike-throughs and additions make it problematic for any teacher to source reading materials to teach standards, maintain student interest, and foster critical thinking. These limitations create a partisan environment for teaching and learning. The contents of the Virginia Standards of Learning is evidence that teachers do not possess any state-approved objectives that promote any topic contrary to Governor Youngkin's guidelines. In your revision, the third bullet would deem the superintendent responsible for ensuring students are subject to the personal views or not subject to the personal views of staff members that could be considered divisive during instructional time. Divisive is, by definition, a means to cause disagreement or hostility between people. School board, I ask you, what is the instrument you will use to determine which of the standards we teach do or do not create some form of thought that could possibly lead to a disagreement or a potentially challenging conversation between our students? And what is wrong with having those conversations anyway? This banning policy brings into question the materials selected for classroom use. We address content that relates to the difficult human condition. The very books written address matters such as suicide, murder, death, love, sexuality, politics, globalism, morals, and ethics. It prevents the use of virtually everything in print. And as Ms. Scott pointed out, even the Bible, which is one of the most controversial books ever written, and is still in print today, and is referenced in hundreds of literary works, filled in the books that our taxpayer money paid for.
1 minute.
Teachers can be transparent, and their views should be promoted for close inquiry and competing ideals. Teaching controversial topics is the foundation of a democratic education, not an indoctrination. If we want our students to live by a certain ethical standard, how will they ever know what is right if they are not taught what potentially could be wrong? It is also paramount that we all understand that we live in a society moving in the direction of a moral compass that points in many directions. Here lies the beauty of teaching, watching students unfold as thinkers and not being mere magpies of a narrow-minded perspective. Thank you.
Ariane Williams.
Good evening. The function of education is to teach one to think intensively and to think critically. Intelligence plus character, that is the goal of true education. So it has been unsettling to know that our school board has become a local mimic of a 1984 movie, Footloose. The very thing that the board members shielded from the kids backfired, and you may think that you're moving the school system in the future, but you're placing the system back in a traditional, controlled, discriminatory, and racist mindset. I find it daunting that there are those that harp on a curriculum used from another district, but have no issues with an amended policy that has been copied and pasted from a national perspective, built on a one-sided racist view. There is no other district in our area that is following these changes, as they know what will come along with such a change. Where are the school board members that care about the community and the well-being of all of our students? Clearly, some of you have stated that you do not even understand the curriculum, so how in the world can you implement a policy without including your great teachers in Isle of Wight County Public Schools? This policy clearly violates the Civil Rights Act of 1964 on many different levels. Had a conversation with a couple of you all just a couple of weeks ago about an assignment that my daughter had. Only 2 responded, thank you, but I understand why. But you could not clearly tell me how that assignment was considered to be divisive, yet you're still trying to define what the word divisive is today, and you cannot. For example, I've taught AP classes, and I know that many of those instructional materials are flooded with various topics and issues that do not teach oppression, rather how to develop arguments, healthy conversations, collaboration, and diversity. So are you willing to risk the College Board removing AP classes from the schools, as their equity and access policy states the following? The College Board strongly encourages educators to make equitable access a guiding principle for their AP programs by giving all willing and academically prepared students the opportunity to participate in AP. Schools should make every effort to ensure their AP classes reflect diversity of their student population. So I find an error in defining instructional materials that you would mention that this amendment or change does not reflect the assessments of such tests, because you know that you can't change the test. Now, let's think about this. It's not okay for our authentic and educated and caring teachers to not use specific instructional materials or content that could be on a test. So how can we prepare them? So the content that these tests reflect our diversity, and our students in Isle of Wight County will suffer academically if the College Board removes AP classes from the school system. So we must begin to understand change comes with communication, and out of communication comes policy that reflects diversity of all key players involved, and not just an empty field which some of you all continue to play on.
Matthew Ployd.
Good evening. Thank you for having us tonight. My name is Matt Ployd. I am the president of the Isle of Wight Educators Association, and I am also a history teacher at Smithfield High School. Smithfield High School's mission statement: to enhance and expand on each child's unique gifts and talents to ensure every child is college, career, and life ready. The ILL amendment, the censorship amendment being touted currently by the Isle of Wight School Board, is a drastic misstep in the evolution of local public education. At the end of the day, should this amendment pass, our ability as educators to fulfill this mission statement will be severely impeded, if not completely derailed. This is because in life, students will have to meet and coexist with many who do not share the same perspectives, ideologies, beliefs, and worldviews that they do. Our curriculum exposes students to a myriad of perspectives and worldviews so that they are able to develop as individuals and to develop their own worldview with all the information that they need. Life is divisive. It's controversial and insightful. It is far better that our students learn how to approach and navigate these issues in the safety, instruction, and confines of our classroom. That is what makes them college, career, and life ready. Passing these amendments will be doing them a disservice. On an academic level, contrary to statements from members of this board regarding our AP program, we run the risk of seeing our AP programs become defunct in this county. College Board, who oversees the AP curriculum, is already threatening to pull accreditation for school systems who adopt these and other similarly politically motivated amendments, limiting curriculum and instructional materials. This puts our students who are college and university bound at a severe disadvantage as they are striving for acceptance to high-performance schools in a ridiculously competitive environment. Statements and responses from members of the school board accusing teachers in my colleagues raising these concerns of fear-mongering and that our AP program will be unaffected only highlights and broadcasts their lack of understanding and their inability to grasp the reality of how College Board works. Our students should not be penalized and have their lives negatively impacted because of misunderstandings on how AP functions. My next point is that the wording of this amendment is so vague and subjective that other unintentional consequences of the decision are going to leave long-lasting ripples which will ultimately negatively impact our educational system in this county. Do I disband the SHS debate team, who have won 8 out of the past 10 state titles? Every topic they have to debate is controversial, it's divisive, and it's insightful. That's kind of the point. Are we no longer to teach ideologies, parties, and provide examples of liberalism, conservatism, libertarianism, and other ideologies? We are required to do so by the SOLs put out by the VDOE? Are we not expected to teach the reality and the strife and struggle of the civil rights movement? The wording of this amendment is so vague and subjective that teachers are legitimately afraid of violating it, having their careers threatened when all they were doing was the job that they were hired for. We educators are professionals. We have spent decades in school learning, developing, and perfecting our pedagogy. We have spent tens and hundreds of thousands of dollars to perfect our craft. Show us the respect we deserve. Trust us to do our jobs without being handicapped for the political expediency of certain members of this board. My colleagues deserve better than to be served up as red meat to a political base, and my students certainly deserve to be treated as more than political pawns to be manipulated for political talking points. Several of the members of this board have recent campaigns where they ran on the platform of providing more parental choice. However, one of the first actions by this board results in the restriction of personal and parental choice by removing topics and materials from our arsenal which have already been approved by the VDOE. For all of the accusations of classroom indoctrination which have circulated in the last election cycle, this amendment comes off where, from the outside looking in, it appears that the only ones attempting indoctrination are on this board. If you are determined to go down this road, I implore you to consider the following. Table this topic for the upcoming semester. Establish an ad hoc committee in the interim made up of all relevant stakeholders, teachers, administrators, parents, and board members. Bring everyone to the table to truly accomplish what is in the best interest of our students. Let's work together. Thank you.
Julie Ng. Good evening. As a teacher of 22 years, 16 within Isle of Wight County Schools, and a resident of this community, I am asking the school board to reconsider the proposed policy change regarding divisive texts. We must prepare our students for the real world. In life, they will certainly encounter ideas and people which they may not understand, but through education, we can help them learn to navigate the world. Our students are intelligent enough to read about and learn about cultural differences while still maintaining the morals and values they have been raised with. We are doing our students a disservice. In fact, we are failing them when we do not prepare them to think critically about challenging topics and ideas. No business or university will hire or admit citizens who are unable to think and react responsibly. Yet that is how we are limiting our students with this policy. Furthermore, members of the school board have publicized that they do not believe the policy will harm the academic program. This belief is incorrect. If the school board adopts this policy prohibiting divisive texts, the College Board has definitively stated they will revoke our affiliation, meaning IWCS will have no AP program. If that occurs, we are harming our students intellectually as well as actively destroying their ability to be competitive applicants in the academic world. AP classes offer universities the ability to gauge the competitiveness of our highest achieving students. By taking this away, we will harm them irreparably in their quests for first-rate university placement and scholarships. Please be aware that AP is not protected under the governor's policy. I implore you to not destroy our county's academic integrity. Thank you for reconsidering this policy. Ashley Jadlowski. Did I say that right?
Good evening. As a teacher and parent in IWCS, the board's current draft of IIA has left several questions that concern stakeholders involved in a child's education. Isle of Wight prides itself on ensuring every child is college, career, and life ready. As a parent, I brought my child to this county for the educational opportunities Isle of Wight offers. Our county's school system has always been on the cutting edge and paved the way for surrounding counties. While other districts may neglect students planning to enter the workforce, IWCS has invested millions into student career programs like culinary, welding, and JROTC. IWCS has consistently placed our children's educational opportunities at the forefront of their decision-making, and revising the draft of policy IIA should be no different. I'm asking the board to consider these questions and provide specific clarifying answers to the community prior to a final vote. Who will provide teachers with a list of appropriate books, instructional materials, resources, and revised curriculum that also supports Virginia's standards of learning, since our options will be limited by this new policy? In talking with my colleagues, it was difficult for us to decide which texts would be acceptable and which texts would be prohibited based on the subjective term divisive. What will the process for identifying prohibited content look like? What will the procedure look like to ensure content is reviewed and potentially replaced in a timely, unbiased, and effective manner that is representative of the interests of all impacted stakeholder groups in our community? Where will the funding for these materials come from? What will the procedure of ensuring students are not subjected to the personal views of staff look like? I agree, as does Governor Youngkin's policy, that parent choice is important. In 11 years, I've had 4 alternative text requests, and they've all been successfully accommodated. How does this policy support IWCS's commitment to ensure all students are college, career, and life ready? What does this policy do to further close the gap in student performance on the Virginia SOLs? Often, material that has the potential to be divisive provides students the opportunity for the most meaningful student-led discussions and educational growth. Prohibition will guarantee the opposite. Thank you for your consideration. We look forward to hearing your responses.
Regina Mankel.
Good evening. My name is Regina Mankel, and I am a secondary English teacher at SHS. I don't have very much experience in policy and procedure, but I do know about the writing process. We teach the steps of the writing process every day. They are: consider the prompt, brainstorm and plan, write a first draft, receive feedback, revise, and edit until your ideas are communicated as precisely and effectively as possible. The writing process is inseparable from the board's process of creating and revising policy. You call them motions, actions, agendas, first and second reads, but it is the writing process through and through. Receiving feedback is undeniably the most conflicting step of the writing process. Mr. Wooster, as the author of this policy, you put yourself out there and solicited feedback from your community during the December school board meeting. At that meeting, and likely since, you felt the sting that our students experience when they receive feedback from others. Drafting can be a difficult process, but effective writing requires modeling the same expectations we have for our students in order to work for a common ground. In order to show our students that they will never get away from the writing process, I am asking the board to consider the following questions and provide specific, clarifying answers to the community prior to a final vote. How will the Isle of Wight board define prohibits and advances so students, teachers, and parents can avoid the confusion from the December board meeting surrounding appropriate texts and access to texts? How can the Isle of Wight policy be revised so that parents can be confident they have the choice Governor Youngkin campaigned on, was elected on, and is guaranteed in SB 656? Mr. Marsh, your background and understanding of policy was clear back in December, wading through an incredibly comprehensive subject with Ms. Briggs. How will Isle of Wight revise the policy to be consistent with, or more comprehensive than, SB 656, which only covers parental notification for sexually explicit material. Wouldn't it be more effective for Isle of Wight to write a standalone policy regarding parental notification or prohibition of inherently divisive content, as per Governor Youngkin's Executive Order 1 and was modeled at the state level? What feedback was provided by the board, or to the board, from the IWCS legal team, since Mr. Wooster's draft of IIA deviates from the VSBA model? Finally, and most importantly, how do the newly elected officials of the school board plan to move forward to improve the process of soliciting community feedback and encouraging respectful, difficult conversations, especially so policy reflects the common ground of as many stakeholders as possible? Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Jennifer Boykin. Volpe Boykin.
Volpe Boykin, good evening board, Carswell District. Here to speak on the item 11A policy. Not saying it couldn't be tweaked or changed to some extent, but two of you made it clear that you supported this policy when you ran for election in November 2022. One of you made it clear that you supported a policy of this type when you ran for election in 2021, in November, the elections. There are a lot of people here tonight. There were a lot more people that voted in these elections. The people that opposed you opposed these policies, and you supported them. And everybody knew what the policies were. Everybody knew who supported them and who opposed them. You won the elections, not by a small majority, but by a large majority. The large majority that voted for you, because of your positions, deserves, and you have a duty to follow what you promised and what those constituents voted for you that they wanted. There were many thousands of them, many more than could ever fit into this room. Thank you.
Leah Carroll.
Members of the school board, my name is Leah Carroll. I'm a 2021 graduate of Windsor High School and a former student school board liaison. Now, I'm honored to attend the University of Virginia as a recipient of one of the most prestigious scholarships in the nation, the Jefferson Scholarship. I would not have received this scholarship had it not been for all the work I completed fighting for equity and inclusion in IWCS. I'm very concerned about the direction the school board has taken since I graduated. If IWCS truly aims to prepare students for college, career, and life, speaking from experience as a current college student, I wholeheartedly believe the proposed amendment to the instructional materials policy would do nothing but harm students and their futures. I have numerous questions surrounding the provision calling for the censorship of inherently divisive materials. I can't help but fear there are less than good intentions in including this provision, especially with current outrage over IWCS supposedly teaching critical race theory. Well, I never learned about the incredibly complex legal theory known as critical race theory in IWCS. I thought I'd take this time to share what I did learn, which I fear this censorship would prevent current and future students from learning. In elementary school, I learned that had I been born half a century earlier, I would not have been able to interact with some of my closest friends simply because we had different skin colors. I did not feel any guilt learning this information because my education taught me that I had no impact on the past. But I did, and I do, have an impact on the future. Okay, I have a lot, so if you are so concerned white students would feel guilt over learning about the history of their ancestors, I would encourage you to wonder what environment you are cultivating that would cause them to identify more with white slave owners than with white abolitionists. In middle school, I learned about gender identity and sexual orientation. I did not learn this from my teachers. I, in fact, learned it from the internet. With social media, students have access to all sorts of information and opinions, including and especially the most hateful. Rather than refuse to speak on divisive topics, I know that if teachers have the opportunity to guide students towards simple kindness, not toward discovering their own identity, and not imposing political beliefs, but simply acknowledging that people with different identities exist and deserve all the kindness in the world, our students would be much better people. In high school, I read true and fictional accounts of sexual violence. These topics were, of course, not easy to learn about.
One minute.
They were absolutely necessary. Luckily, I had teachers who were able to guide students through this difficult content in a way that was empathetic toward authors, victims, and students alike. My teachers, these teachers, pushed me to be a free thinker. Whether we agreed or disagreed, my teachers helped me develop strong, thought-out, and empathetic opinions. I shared these opinions in essays and interviews, which got me into a phenomenal scholarship program. I shared these opinions with my friends because teenagers are going to be talking about these things, regardless of what you censor them from learning. Whether they do so in an educated and empathetic manner is all going to depend on if you let teachers do their jobs in guiding them to be the intelligent, equipped, and most importantly, kind adults of tomorrow. Thank you.
Charles Haskett.
Good evening. Charles Haskett, Windsor District. Just wanted to come out tonight in support of Policy 11A being presented tonight. I have to say it's been a breath of fresh air since Dr. Kramer, Mr. Collett, Mr. Wooster, and Mr. Marsh have been brought on to the board. The issues going on have been have been a long and frustrating battle, and I've made some realizations over the past year or so. It's hard winning an argument against a smart person, but it's impossible to win one against a stupid person. What's even more frustrating has been having to be governed by even stupider people. I think with the new board members and superintendent, we will be able to bring back a little intelligence and decency within the school system. I hope to see this policy passed before my pre-K son learns to read. He is learning quick as I read bedtime stories with him every night to teach him. One of our favorites has been an article written by Stephen Felsky at the Smithfield Times about Kiana Jones leaving her position as a Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Coordinator this past December. Hopefully this new board will bring back many more wonderful bedtime stories to come. Thank you.
Grace Chatham.
Good evening. My name is Grace Chatham, and I am a senior at Smithfield High School. After learning of the proposed policy regarding curriculum that could be potentially divisive, I decided it was imperative that I express my opinion on this issue. As the policy currently reads, students will still be permitted to take exams with material that is said to be inherently divisive, but for AP students, this will still cause us harm. The College Board policy states if a school bans required topics from their AP courses, the AP program removes the AP designation from that course and its inclusion in the AP course ledger provided to colleges and universities. As the policy reads, in my history classes and my government classes, we would not be allowed to learn about the civil rights movement, the Holocaust, or even the women's rights movement, as it would paint, to quote the policy, an individual by virtue of his or her race, skin color, ethnicity, sex, or faith as racist, sexist, or oppressive, whether consciously or subconsciously. If we are prevented from learning this material, the College Board will remove the designation of our school as AP accredited, and we will no longer be able to take our exams, receive advanced weighting, or gain college credit for our courses. This year, I am taking 4 AP classes. I have a twin sister who is taking 3 herself. Each test costs $96, which every AP student has already paid. If our school were to lose its AP accreditation, my family would be out $672 that we paid under the impression that I would gain credits towards my college diploma. One class at the college I will be attending next fall is about $1,400. With these 4 APs out of my transcript, I would have to pay roughly $5,600 for the same credits I could get for less than $400 now through the AP program. The amount of money that I and my fellow students stand to lose from the loss of AP in our schools is astronomical. In December, I was accepted into the University of Virginia. If this policy is implemented, I will be forced to contact the Office of Admissions in Charlottesville and explain to them why I am losing 4 different college courses for my transcript, which is such a harsh change to my application that they are well within their rights to rescind my acceptance. I have worked tirelessly for the past 4 years to be accepted into college and will be devastated to see all of my hard work and the hard work of my teachers who helped me reach this point go to waste, especially since this policy is not something we are choosing for ourselves. Beyond the implications for juniors and seniors applying to college, think about all of the housing developments going up in our community currently. If parents who are thinking of moving to Wight County hear that their children will not be able to take AP classes, learn about the civil rights movement, or form their own opinions about material they learn in class, will they really want to move here? Our county and school system could lose a lot of money on incoming families who very possibly could move somewhere else or enroll their children in a private school that will allow them to take advantage of college-level classes. I implore each and every school board member to think long and hard about this policy and how it could affect your community and your constituents. Thank you.
Laura Fletcher.
Good evening, Chairman Colick, Mrs. Tynes, gentlemen, Dr. Kramer. Finally, brothers, whatever is true, whatever is honorable, whatever is just, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is commendable, if there is any excellence, if there is anything worthy of praise, think about these things. Philippians 4:8. The Bible never glorifies sexual perversion. It never glorifies evil. It never glorifies violence.
Please face the board. You're addressing the board.
And it always gives purity and truth. This should be the goal of education. Exposing our children to beauty and truth, creating thinkers, and fostering a love of lifelong learning, giving them an understanding of the value of each life and a respect for others. Governor Youngkin won his campaign because Virginians gave him a mandate to end critical race theory in education. 2 years in, I commend this board for taking steps to come into agreement with the governor's order, EO number 1, and encourage Wight County Schools to go beyond what's expressed in EO 1 and choose a more local, personalized, and protective stance than even Richmond suggests. The executive order has no teeth if localities fail to deem its importance. We've really seen tonight the battle that's being waged right now over the family, over our American history, over the very fabric of American society, the arrogance of academia, that they think that they know better than parents for their children. No one here is interested in censorship. There's not a single conservative who would ever want to suppress what people can read or what they can say. We're asking for consideration in what our children are exposed to and how that exposure happens. You can read gritty novels with your children if you want to. You can do whatever you want to. We just don't want that coming from other people. And teachers, obviously, those here tonight, think they know best. I just want to conclude with a couple of things, and I've had to kind of veer off course here. This is from Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders. This is a quote from her. Critical race theory is antithetical to the traditional American values of neutrality, equality, and fairness. It emphasizes skin color as a person's primary characteristic, thereby resurrecting segregationist values which America has fought so hard to reject. And finally, from Robert Woodson, at its core, critical race theory is a perversion of the civil rights legacy that I fought for because it minimizes the ability of each person to shape his or her own future. It bears almost no resemblance to the civil rights message of great leaders such as Martin Luther King Jr., who envisioned society in which everyone is treated equally before the law and held to the same standard. Thank you, gentlemen.
Kieran Smith.
Hi, I'm also talking on the same topic, but I'm a parent of 2 high school students at Smithfield, and I want to address how this policy is written and what's in it. My first concern when I read it was the line, "The Isle of Wight County School Board ensures sexually explicit content or inherently divisive material will be prohibited from use in instructional material as part of a student's curriculum." That line is written as a complete ban on any material with sexually explicit content or inherently divisive material being used in the classroom. I want to know how you're going to teach family life, anatomy and physiology, or biology with a sexually explicit content ban. How are you going to teach my children history with a ban on inherently divisive material? At high school, our students are studying world history, not just American history. This doesn't mean a ban on anything related to slavery in the USA. We're talking about the Holocaust in World War II, Pol Pot in Cambodia, genocide in Rwanda, treatment of women in Afghanistan. I could go on and on and on. History, by its nature, is divisive. But if we don't teach our children, they'll just be ignorant. They need to understand the world around them and all the divisiveness in it. I don't doubt that this ban's also going to affect books in English and government class. Are we saying the only safe subject is math? I want to remind you, I have 2 high school students. In 5 minutes on the internet, they can find more sexually explicit content or inherently divisive material than they're going to be exposed to in a whole year of school classes. Students tend to be 16, 17, or 18 by the time they're taking these advanced biology, history, and English classes. They're about to go into the workforce, military, or college. They don't need to be protected from the same content that an elementary school student does, but this policy is for the entire school district from age 4 to 18. That's one of the most alarming aspects of this. There's absolutely no consideration about a student's age. And then, who's going to determine what content should be banned? There's some vague references to a process. Is it going to be the school board? Is it going to be the superintendent, the teachers, or some random parents? It's totally subjective. Parent choice is the reason that the Virginia Department of Education sent this directive to our school boards to adopt a policy on sexually explicit material, okay? By banning everything, you've immediately removed my parental choice. There's no mention of inherently divisive material in the policy that we are to adopt. So why has our school board added that? Is that to remove more of my parental choice? These policy revisions are poorly written, far too wide-ranging, take no consideration of the students involved. They amount to censorship. The board should reject all of these proposed revisions because I, as a parent, want parental choice in what my child is being taught at school. I don't want you to decide what they learn and what they don't learn. And in conclusion, what I'd really like to see the board do is start looking at some of the facts like my youngest didn't have a teacher for 2 of his classes last year. That's 2 out of the 6 classes he taught. Okay, that's a third of his classes. So instead of spending your entire time revising policy that's already being dictated by the Department of Education, could we start helping the administration retain and recruit more teachers so my children actually have a teacher instead of worrying about what they're being taught? Thank you.
Ryan Mack.
Good evening, honorable members of the school board and esteemed guests. I would like to first thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight on behalf of myself and my student body. My name is Ryan Mack, and I'm the senior class president at Smithfield High School. Today, as so many of my peers and instructors have given their outlooks, I will be speaking on the newly proposed policy and its inherent limitations and flaws. I've personally taken the time to read through the provisions of this policy, and in retrospect, I believe the correct intentions are present. However, it has been gone about entirely incorrectly. Inherently divisive content in and of itself is hard to avoid in any context or manner whatsoever. It is present in all stages of life, and limiting our education in the singular stage will not change that. Broken down, the base definition of inherently divisive content is this: content tending to cause disagreement or hostility between people in a way that exists as a natural or basic part of said content. A great example that so many other speakers have addressed is critical race theory. Critical race theory, defined by Jace Fortin from the New York Times as a map for change. Critical race theory is a module in the educational curriculum that takes the lived experience of racism using history and social reality to explain how racism operates in American law and culture. Its sole purpose is to educate students and push them further towards understanding and eliminating the harmful effects of racism and bringing about a just and healthy world for all. Critical race theory is not about prejudice, it is about but one of miscommunication. Kimberly Williams Crenshaw, a law professor at the UCLA School of Law, is widely credited for the creation and implementation of critical race theory in schools. When asked about the negative backlash the curriculum received, she says, "It's only prompted interest now that the conservative right wing has claimed it as a subversive set of ideas. It's been made a problem by a well-resourced, high-mobilized coalition of forces. The reason citizens have negative biases against critical race theory is because of the incorrect stigma surrounding it. A common thought regarding critical race theory is that it is hate-mongering, and its aim is to castigate or punish white people, when in fact that is not the truth in the slightest. To say that our curriculum, no matter how graphic or uncomfortable it may be, will be censored will not only harm our academic lives, but our society as a whole. We will grow ignorant of common issues all the while being shielded from the truth. While I do agree that preserving students' worth and well-being is very important, this is definitely not the way to go about it. This policy, if passed, would censor or otherwise ban materials or information that is sexually explicit, divisive, or remotely implies that an individual, by virtue of his or her race, skin color, ethnicity, sex, or faith, bears responsibility for actions committed in the past by other members of the same race, ethnicity, sex, or faith, even without the implementations of such. So I ask, what is left? Topics such as slavery, the Holocaust, the women's rights movement, and other concrete staples that we should arguably learn from in our history will no longer be taught in our schools. We will fall behind as a community, and we will be left to our own devices to pick up the slack. This policy is not only crippling our young minds, it is setting a precedent that is extremely harmful to our futures. To ban explicit and divisive material does not rid the original problem that this policy was drafted to fix in the first place. I implore you to reconsider the passing of this policy, considering its blatant faults. Thank you.
Reverend Williams.
Congratulations, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Reverend.
And good evening to each and every one of you. Mr. Marsh and Mr. Wooster, I appreciate you responding to the email that I sent to my representative, although neither of you are my representative. But thank you anyway for your quick response. Your proposal or proposed amendment for IIA policy, if approved, will jeopardize our county of possible loss of federal funding. In your proposed amendment, you so state, the Isle of Wight County School Board ensures sexually explicit content and or inherently divisive material will be prohibited from use in instructional material used as part of a student's curriculum. Then your proposed amendment continues on in an attempt to define inherently divisive content to mean advancing any idea in violation of Title IV and Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Inherent, in your inherently divisive content definition, is a violation of Title IV of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Title IV says, no person in the United States shall, on the ground of race, color, or national origin, be excluded from participating in, and I want you to hear this, be denied the benefit of, or be subject to discrimination under any program or activity receiving federal financial assistance. I want you to consider something. If all instructional material presented in the classroom come from the knowledge and experience of a single culture, are we not denying our students the benefit of learning from other cultures, which would be a violation of Title IV of the Civil Rights Act of 1964? When a benefit denied is present, there is a strong possibility that we could lose federal funding. The loss of federal funding means that the Board of Supervisors will now have to cover the loss of funding. Now the Board of Supervisors will have to increase taxation on its citizens. I further submit to you that in October-November 2022, Isle of Wight County School Board and many other area school boards passed a policy
1 minute.
which met the State Department of Education requirement as set forth from the Governor's Executive Order 1, 2022. Again, I wish to put forth a question for your consideration. Why is it that only our current Isle of Wight County School Board has a problem with the current IIA policy? And finally, why are you using the Governor's Executive Order 1 as the base for your proposed change? Everything in that order is subjected, one's opinion, And the very definition for inherently divisive content makes the whole order null and void. In closing, I must warn you that the book of Psalms, chapter 7, verse 16 says, mischief backfires, violence boomerangs. Thank you.
Ashley Bryant.
Good evening. I would like to thank you for taking the time to listen to me. My name is Ashley Bryant, and I am a senior at Smithfield High School. I recently heard about a situation that concerns me. I've heard about policy IIA, and I do not believe it should be passed. I'm going to use my class, Advanced Placement United States Government and Politics, as a specific example as to why this policy should not be passed. And before you say that AP material is protected, the only protection in this policy is for the exam, not the content in the classroom. Part of the curriculum of this class is a letter from Birmingham jail. It has been brought to my attention that if this policy is passed, this will be one of the many materials no longer allowed in the classroom. On the College Board website, there is a numbered list for what AP stands for. Number 3 on that list is an opposition to censorship. It states that if a school bans required topics from their AP courses, the AP program removes the AP designation from that course and its inclusion in the AP course ledger provided to colleges and universities. The College Board has promised us that if we were to censor any piece of material that is part of any AP course, they will revoke our right to take AP courses and exams. This means that every high school student's hard work from this year will be a waste. Our guidance counselors will have to call every seniors college and tell them that we are no longer taking AP courses, and our transcripts will look like we dropped the classes. Colleges will reject students because their classes no longer fit the standards of that school. Students will not only lose thousands of dollars in scholarships, but they will have to pay thousands more for classes that they could have completed in high school. How would you like to tell students yourself that unfortunately their full ride scholarship has been revoked, or that the school they have been dreaming of attending since they were little no longer accepts them? I strongly urge you to reconsider your stance on this issue and think about what the students in the schools want, not what you want.
Herb DeGroft.
Mr. Chairman, board members, Herb DeGroff, the Hardy District. I have previously this afternoon sent you my detailed remarks for this evening, so I'm just going to highlight a couple of things here. Mr. Chairman, you especially over the last year were discriminated against when it came to agenda preparation. I'm sure that you going forward are going to be totally open and ensure that your fellow board members can get items on the agenda, unlike you having been rejected over the last year. So congratulate you for being more open. The policies, FFA. This school building facility naming policy has been a fiasco since the beginning. And what's a shame is, so far, there's been no recommended corrective action from the superintendent for whoever the perpetrator was who messed with the June 2015 policy and came up with this ridiculous change, which thanks to Ms. Swartz and Mr. Wooster was discovered on that thing called the cloud. Well, hey, it's also in that central office policy manual that the school board clerk is supposed to religiously and faithfully maintain and should have been maintained over the years. I'm sure Ms. Harrop did it. I'm sure Ms. Gwaltney did it. I'd like to think Ms. Ruitt did it, but whoever perpetrated this change to policy FFA needs to be discovered and corrective action taken. On this controversial IIA policy on culturally responsive teaching, critical race theory, what the heck ever you want to call it. If you haven't Googled the death of common sense, I recommend you do that, because so far we haven't heard a word about using common sense. In fact, when you read that death of common sense from back in the 90s, I think you'll probably agree. Yeah, common sense to a large degree has died. But hey, going forward, let common sense rule and arrive at an action that takes care of Wight County Schools and all the students. Lastly, you have a little bundle of money as a result of somebody leaving the system in the middle of the school year, and I strongly encourage you to undertake a forensic audit from 2016 to 2022 of Wight County Schools finances, because God knows if some of the stuff that went on in a previous county of a previous superintendent, this forensic audit is really called for, because how many things were done that were done against policy, possibly even against purchase law, and after all, using us Wight County taxpayers' money. So thank you very much. Congratulations on your new organization, and thanks, Michael, for your decision. God bless America.
Jasmine Johnson.
Good evening. My name is Jasmine Johnson, and I'm a junior at Smithfield High School. Thank you for allowing me to come before you this evening. It has recently been brought to my attention of a proposed censorship enactment for our current learning curriculum. I must state that I strongly oppose this proposition because it will lead to extremely negative results in future education in Wight County. Not only will this policy have a great pernicious effect on hardworking AP students who deserve their credits, but it impacts how history be taught as a whole. The inherently divisive content portion of the policy states that any curriculum will be removed that violates Title IV and Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Title IV prohibits discrimination on the basis of race, color, national origin, language, sex, religion, and disability, with Title VI reaffirming this criteria and prohibiting no exclusion or denying benefits. The current curriculum of Wight County Schools abides by both Title IV and Title VI. There is a distinct difference between learning and discrimination. Discrimination is the act of being treated in an unfair manner due to your race, color, religion, sex, national origin, disability, age, or genetic information. When learning of slavery, there is no discrimination against Caucasians. When learning of the Holocaust and the massive genocide, we do not discriminate against Germans. When learning of women's suffrage, men are not discriminated against. In no way is any one race, skin color, ethnicity, sex, or faith blamed for what their ancestors did in the past. History is taught so that the events of the past will not be repeated, so we will be sympathetic for the past events and be determined to build a better future. Instead, by enacting this policy, you will be cultivating a generation of insensitive students who will not be exposed to accurate history of our world. You will create in the minds of future generations a perfect history, when in reality, our history is completely opposite. Students will grow up not being aware of dire conflicts in history, and when exposed to the real world, they will be shunned by others because of their lack of knowledge that schools are expected to teach us. In conclusion, I beseech you to please reconsider the censorship proposal, because the outcome from it will just unfortunately censor our AP students' academic abilities and individual aptitudes, as well as depleting the essential historical knowledge, the historical truth for future Wight students. Thank you for your time.
Zachary Myers.
Good evening. My name is Zachary Myers. I'm a junior at Smithfield High School. Upon hearing the news of the notion IIA, which is intended to limit certain divisive and potentially inflammatory topics within certain curricula, I am increasingly concerned with the potential effects this ruling may have on my and many other students' futures. This year alone, I'm enrolled in 3 advanced placement classes, which is a paramount aspect of my high school transcript. The ability to show colleges I'm able to think critically on their level is something that is necessary to compete against other students in admissions. The potential retraction that the College Board may enact as a direct result of your decision, effective immediately, will force many of my peers into a blatant disadvantage. These peers, who mostly share the same goal as me, have been caught between two opposing viewpoints that in all honesty are fundamentally disregarding one of the main purposes of our education system, one of them being to help students get into college. The entire premise of an organization like College Board is to provide objective facts when creating an AP curriculum, especially in regards to subjects like history. These facts, whether divisive or not, are not things that should be subjective whatsoever. I and many others should have a fundamental respect towards the classes of young adults to eventually formulate their opinions based on the objective truth. The overwhelming majority of my classmates believe the passing of this notion will not help in doing so. All of the students who choose to challenge themselves through rigorous AP classes have the initiative to hold themselves accountable to a standard of learning that transcends high school academic expectations. Although these classes may be somewhat more difficult, they do display what a high school should resemble. The inherent purpose of a modern education system is to properly inform the youth in a way that is nonpartisan, which includes the right to teach subjects in history that are sensitive. Informing somebody in a way that specifically chooses or nitpicks the information we may learn skews my generation farther from the truth. If this notion is passed, many people will lose their trust in Wight County's education system, including myself. All I ask is to consider my and many other livelihoods when you vote, because the immediate outcome will have drastic effects that could ruin the futures of those whom you represent. Finally, I would like to leave you with one quote by Edmund Burke. "Those who don't know history are destined to repeat it." Thank you.
William Britt.
I'm Everett Britt. I'm a senior at Smithfield High School. From my understanding, one of the most important reasons we learn about history is to stop us as a society from repeating previous mistakes we have made. Examples include, but are not limited to, segregation based on race, a discrimination based on sex, ostracization due to faith, and discrimination due to social class. If failure is the best teacher, then why are we excluding important historical events from our school's curriculum? The history of the United States and the world is incredibly important to learn, and if we decide to neglect teaching some of the worst parts of history, we increase the possibility that similar events can occur. If I were an elementary school student 10 years after this policy was implemented, I would not know of the events such as the Civil Rights Movement. Anyone who learned about the events of the Civil Rights Movement should know that they were socially acceptable to be racist and exclude other races from participating in any events. If I were to never learn about the Civil Rights Movement, I would never have felt bad for what happened. It could potentially encourage racist behaviors in myself and my fellow oblivious classmates. We may feel a little guilty about our history, but it stops us from repeating it, and I believe this is more important. If you're sitting in your seats, feeling bored and frustrated at the same major points being repeated over and over again by multiple people, then I think you should consider that the policy you're trying to implement is creating a major problem. Our education is in your hands, so excuse us for showing a little concern about our futures. We ask you to consider what we have to say to protect our education and the education of all future students. Thank you.
Heidi Swartz.
Thank you, Board. Superintendent Kramer, congratulations to the new chair and vice chair. Understandably, there's a lot of controversy regarding IIA. There has been outspoken citizens over the last almost 2 years that's brought us directly to how this policy has been rewritten. We have seen a changing world. We have seen children change in behavior, discipline, and appearance over the last few years in schools and how their education is provided. Parents and citizens woke up about 2 years ago and voted directly in this county at a 64+% for Governor Youngkin to make a change for that policy. This county voted this past November at a 57+% and a 68+% for the school board to change. And those two winning candidates ran on this type of policy to change. I believe allowing parents' views into schools back in 2020 has brought us here tonight. I ask, did any of the teachers and parents here tonight ask to meet and sit down with any of the board members prior to tonight to discuss the policy and give points define a policy to work together? Or did you just show up tonight to complain and send complaint emails? There's a lot of accusations, a lot of words, and a lot of applause, but was there any means to meet and define a plan to work together? Over the last 2 years, I've tried many times to work with the previous board. I filed forms, I scheduled meetings, and I sent emails. The previous board ignored me. I, for one, know that this board has and will work with parents, citizens, and teachers. Regarding the attorney viewing the policy, if you asked over this last month, you would know that yes, PAC did view it. Know how I know this? I asked. Want to know how inherently device content is defined? Youngkin defined it. It's defined already. One point last year, I asked about the Bible at Smithfield High School when I asked why there was 4 Islam books in the Christmas story in the religion section on eMedia VA. There isn't a Bible at Smithfield High School. Last, the laughing while opposing views was stated tonight is extremely disappointing, especially by the teachers while in front of their students. It's exactly why I, as a parent, want to know what's going on in the classrooms. What I do commend are you students that showed up here tonight and you braved yourselves to speak. I know it's not easy. I know your teachers have coached you to get here, social media posts and speeches in classes. It definitely shows the impacts that teachers have on you. And that's why I like to know what's going on in the schools. Thank you.
Forrest Brewer.
Hi, my name is Forrest Brewer. I'm a junior at Smithfield High School. I'm here today to say that the school board's prerogative to continue on the course of harsh restrictions on the teaching of instructor deemed inherently divisive content is gravely missing the point. Students should be trusted and respected enough as individuals to be able to educate themselves about all ideologies, political values, histories, and intellectual concepts without fear of them being tainted or misled in some way. Because students are not blank slates that are written over with every new ideology they are presented with, the general concern I and the student body I have spoken to holds is that what students should be promoted instead of censorship is the school board members uplifting students to educate themselves on all manner of free thinking and academic studies. Passing this new notion will have a reaction that will adversely affect many of the gifted students who rely on in-depth analysis, and as a result, this will significantly disrupt our learning. If you take a look at the Isle of Wight County website, the first image that appears is a quote by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. It says the following: "The function of education is to teach one to think intensely and to think critically, and intelligence plus character is the goal of true education." The use of this quote is in direct contradiction to the motions being promoted here today, and the fact that our school board will incredulously use this statement while actively moving to create an environment in which students will be incapable of fully forming their ideas of the world shows that they are willing to portray themselves as productive and protective of students while actually being in opposition to us. And if the board continues to advocate for the policy it shows how out of touch they are with what is actually needed in our schools. Academic censorship is dooming our youth to blindly follow the status quo.
Candace Vanderbeek. Good evening, board members. As most of you know, I've been advocating for stricter policies and control on material accessible and promoted to children. Listening to everybody, I think everybody comes in at different angles, from being parents, from being teachers, and we all see things differently. I would not want this to, if PAC says that it's going to disrupt AP classes or anything like that, I wouldn't. That's not from where I come from. I come from a parent of a 5-year-old. Last year, when my 5-year-old had videos of a transgender man reading his cartoon book, children's book, stating if everyone tells you you're a boy, but you don't feel like a boy, then you're transgender, on his school-issued Clever app, I was shocked to say the least. When the library started promoting and telling kids they get t-shirts to children to read books describing bloody rape scenes, I was horrified.
When the questions arose where the school had lost hundreds of thousands of dollars, then issued a statement to parents blaming the Board of Supervisors, I was appalled. This new policy provides definitions that should have been publicly defined by the board months ago. And I'm not quite sure if I'm reading the definition the same as everybody else with the divisive material. What I read says that divisive material promotes the violation of civil rights acts, saying that it's not going to, you can still learn history and all that kind of stuff, but you can't promote the violation of civil rights. For those that don't know, there is a difference between supplemental policy or supplemental material and instructional material in Wight County policy, and that's a separate policy than the policy issued today. So this policy ensures sexually explicit or inherently divisive material would be prohibited from use in instructional material. I'd also like to say that it defines inherently divisive content. I think I kind of skipped around a little bit, but this is what the newly elected board was voted in to do. And I hope that you do what you're promised. You can tweak it to AP classes or, whatever for history, but at the end of the day, my 5-year-old had inappropriate apps on his iPad, his school-issued device. If you Googled talent show, inappropriate stuff came up. After speaking with the board and reading the policy in the entirety, I do not see where it would prohibit the learning of any classes. Instead, it will assist in preventing the further desensitization of our youth and allow them to focus solely on factual and unbiased material and resources, allowing them to formulate their own individual opinions. And I think that's what everybody agrees that we want, is just finding the avenue to get there. But I do say that I've been involved in the last 2 years, and I would like to see change, and this is what the board got elected to do, was to promote the change, and I hope you stick to what you promised everybody. Thank you.
Ben Hadimer.
Hello, I am Ben Hadimer, a senior at Smithfield High School. I am also on the Smithfield debate team. I have here a poem that similarly models the issue in this district. I originally found this poem in Julie Eng's AP Literature class, who also spoke tonight. The History Teacher by Billy Collins. Trying to protect his students' innocence, he told them the Ice Age was really just the Chili Age, a period of 1 million years when everyone had to wear sweaters. And the Stone Age became the Gravel Age, named after the long driveways of the time. The Spanish Inquisition was nothing more than an outbreak of questions, such as, how far is it from here to Madrid? What do you call the Matador's hat? The War of Roses took place in a garden, and the Enola Gay dropped one tiny atom on Japan. The children would leave his classroom for the playground to torment the weak and the smart, mussing up their hair and breaking their glasses, while he gathered up his notes and walked home, past flower beds and white picket fences, wondering if they would believe that the soldiers in the Boer War took long, rambling stories designed to make the enemy nod off. Now I want to address something. There is a line in the amendment that censors the teaching of abuse of one race if it embarrasses the race who abused them. My one question to the board is what situation this applies to. Does it apply to the Holocaust, Armenian genocide, Muslim forced labor camps in China, Japanese internment camps in U.S. during World War II, or the inherently divisive history of America itself? Uncensored history is vital, not only to the success of my fellow students, but the country as a whole, as it gives us a lesson from the past to help us solve problems in the future. Thank you.
Elijah Smith.
Good afternoon. For those of you who don't know me, I am Elijah Smith, a senior at Smithfield High School, and I would like to specifically address how these guidelines in the most recent proposed policy will affect the students after high school. I would like to express first that I am upset. I'm upset because this policy prohibits inherently divisive content. I understand the isolation about learning of the idea that one race is superior to another, the hurt of content that asserts that it was believed that people of color were viewed as lesser than, and yet I learn it 10 times over. I learn it again because it is history. And despite the potential beliefs of those here today, I do it again because I am entering college. And in college, I will encounter a myriad of beliefs and views unlike mine, and without the knowledge, I would not know how to have an intelligent conversation with them. Even if one can get behind the restriction of the content in Isle of Wight County Schools, it will not be restricted in the real world, a problem considering that we started this evening with preparing students for college, career, and life. I am upset because we are hindering the education of Smithfield High School students. Let's assume that school is purely an educational environment. Students don't talk or converse or have friends. This policy still falls short. It's ironic that you source the Civil Rights Movement Civil Rights Act as almost as justification, yet under the amendment I can learn about the Civil Rights Acts, such as leaders like Malcolm X, Martin Luther King Jr., and W.D. Du Bois, but not about the beatings and rapes and tortures given to Harriet Tubman and Nat Turner. I can learn about the Holocaust survivors, yet not the experience and atrocities that took place within it. Now, imagine a Smithfield High School student sitting at a Socratic seminar, and they have to say the words, "Slavery wasn't that bad the way I learned it." I am upset because some of the comments made here today, regardless of how many people supported each member, I didn't. And I'm allowed to be angry because you won't be pulled out of AP classes. You're not going to be affected by the curriculum or be ignorant or have your job threatened. That is us. That is the teachers and that is the students here today. Furthermore, social media and coaches did not lead me here. Listening to Mr. Wooster's comment on what is definitively divisive content is what led me here today, something you did not give definitive answer to, witnessed by Ms. Spicer, Ms. Williams, and I. I am here today because that exact same ignorance is what brings me up my best memory or worst memory that I've had in this building, which is the first time I have ever been called a slur. Finally, I am upset because I am selfish. I'm upset because I'm a black student hearing there are people filtering my content, training education that takes away Shakespeare and anti-slavery pamphlets and other great works. I'm allowed to be upset and I'm allowed to be selfish because this policy affects me. If you care about the faculty and the students and the parents, you'd listen to them here today. Anyone will tell you that I am a generally kind and lighthearted person, maybe a bit melodramatic. And I have bit my tongue several times for each policy that I see implemented. But I assure you, if this is passed, this will not be the last you hear out of my two-tone lips.
Maureen Province.
Good evening. Policy IIA states that the Isle of Wight County School Board ensures that sexually explicit content and/or inherently divisive material will be prohibited from use in instructional material. I find this policy troublesome both in language and in spirit. Within this policy definition are two phrases that are quite subjective in nature, making the policy very much open to interpretation. The first is the phrase sexually explicit content. Two listed examples of sexually explicit content that I find problematic are lewd exhibition of nudity and sadomasochistic abuse. There are countless renowned works of art that depict nudity. Where will the line be drawn in determining what is or is not lewd? The policy's definition of sadomasochistic abuse includes the following: flagellation or torture by or upon a person who is nude or clad in undergarments. Would this rule out depictions of the often cruel mistreatment of slaves? There's a real danger in adopting a policy that would be subject to the whims of the board at the expense of academic integrity. Even more troubling than the vagueness of sexually explicit content is the concept of inherently divisive material. Because the definition of inherently divisive material dictated by policy IIA is quite lengthy, I'm taking the liberty of condensing it to fit my understanding. To me, prohibiting inherently divisive material seems to cater to the idea that the teaching of historical facts must take care not to offend anyone. Sadly, the history of our state, our nation, and the world at large is rife with examples of mistreatment, corruption, power struggles, and even atrocities. The study of historical events should not be a feel-good experience. Often, painful truths must be examined if lessons are to be learned. And isn't that the whole point of education? To apply the knowledge gained from the past in the hope of securing a more promising future? One final point that I would like to dispute is the contention offered by a few board members that, quote, policy IIA will have no impact on AP programs, unquote, because the policy states that instructional materials do not include standardized national or state assessments. What is being overlooked here is the connection between the material that's taught and the AP exams themselves. If the Isle of Wight School Board opts to limit certain instructional materials on the basis of explicit or divisive content, this will negatively impact student preparation for AP exams, which are nationally administered and therefore not subject to the constraints of any local school board. Furthermore, the AP program specifically states that if it determines that AP-certified teachers are being prevented from teaching texts which are labeled divisive, the College Board can and will remove affiliation. Regarding the spirit of policy IIA, I'm deeply concerned that it will not be beneficial to the students or the teachers of Isle of Wight County.
1 minute.
I take no issue with allowing parents to be notified about sexually explicit material and to be given the opportunity to opt out for their child. But the subjective nature of such determinations is not a one-size-fits-all scenario. I believe that content moderation is a job best suited to the professionals working in the classrooms. The past few years have been incredibly challenging for students, educators, and administrators. We're facing a teacher shortage as well as a formidable learning gap that needs to be bridged. I urge the board to concentrate on supporting and uplifting our children and teachers rather than implementing the burdens of policy IIA. Thank you for your time and attention and your service to our community.
Zach Karchner, I'm sorry if that's wrong.
It's a tough name. I'm Zach Karchner. I just want to first of all say that I'm so happy to be here tonight and to see whether you are in support or in opposition to this, the policy at hand, to see everyone here tonight exercising their rights under our American democracy. A little bit about me. I am the father of 2 children. They go to Hardy Elementary, so they're not in high school yet. But they will be. I don't plan on leaving here. This is our home now. Now, I consider myself to be relatively conservative. I don't understand our current societal obsession with pronouns. I don't know what would possess a person to dye their hair green. That being said, I think that this policy, which does seem to be a partisan-driven policy, is in direct opposition to conservative ideals. This seems to me to be an example of government overreach. The government should interfere in the lives of its citizens as little as possible. The fact that the Isle of Wight County School Board has gone above and beyond a proposed policy, that's government overreach, in my opinion. Furthermore, setting aside the fact that we are showing distrust in our teachers who have spent years and years and countless dollars of student debt that they are still struggling to dig themselves out from in many situations because they're grossly underpaid. Setting that aside, I feel this policy also disrespects my prerogative as a parent. If my children are taught something, if they read something that is inherently divisive, that's sexually explicit, things that I don't agree with in school, that's my responsibility as a parent. When they come home from school, the first thing that I ask them is, what did you learn at school today? And if any of you have children, you understand that it's going to take a little bit of needling to get it out of them. But eventually they'll tell you what they learned. And if they learned something that made them feel uncomfortable, it's up to me to discuss that with them. It's not up to a vague, possibly arbitrary policy to determine what should and shouldn't be taught to the children. I have faith in the abilities of our educators to make that distinction, but also in my ability as a parent to make that determination in the home. And also, again, it does seem to be a partisan-driven policy amendment. And I would just like to suggest that while it seems good right now, the tides may turn. And you have to consider what this policy can be done, what can be done under this policy by another individual that doesn't have the same morals or ethics that you do. And that's all I got to say about that. Y'all have a lovely evening. Thank you for hearing me.
Ben Phelps.
Thank you, man. Good evening, board. Hope everybody's well tonight. My name is Ben Phelps. I've been an employee of Wight County Schools for 21 years. As far as I know, I'm the longest serving history teacher in the county. Never once have I ever taught critical race theory to any student. Let's be clear. Critical race theory is a political agenda used by Glenn Youngkin to get elected. I'm sorry. I'm a public education professional trained over 20 years and retrained to teach your children. I'd also like to thank Dr. Kramer to address Ms. Swartz's concern. Why don't teachers come out? Why don't we speak? We're scared. We're scared of boards who can take retribution against us. So thank you, Dr. Kramer. Also, I didn't know having a degree and being an empathetic educator made me an arrogant academic. Also, I didn't know a guy that secured the Confederate monument had a right to threaten school board members. I've been attacked by that group for teaching students how to think critically, how to be empathetic, how to be leaders in this community. I consider it an affront not to trust the teachers of Wight County Schools to teach our students. Did I mention I'm also a father of 4 beautiful boys who go to Wight County Schools? One is currently majoring in archaeology at Longwood University and crushing life. So, the future is here tonight. You have heard them speak. They spoke to you. They're the reason we get up in the morning. You need to hear them. Because as far as I'm concerned, my main man sitting behind me said the word stupider. I've been called arrogant. And the guy that secured the Confederate statue, that's the past. We are talking about the future. And the people that have stood up here tonight That is the future of this county. That is the future of the United States of America. Speaking to you, Mr. Collick, Mr. Wooster, Mr. Marsh. So, I ask you tonight, if you do,
1 minute.
thank you, decide to proceed, we, the teachers of Wight County Schools, deserve a place at the table. We deserve to have a say so we can work out the mechanisms of this policy. So if I need to teach evolution on day 2, I need to be able to work with the concerned parents of the county to make these things work. Just a complete blanket policy is not going to be effective for anyone here. Lastly, we all grow when we're uncomfortable. Because we're uncomfortable doesn't mean insightful. There are administrators in this room who've made me uncomfortable. But guess what? I'm better because of it. And I'm an example. I've learned from those people. I learn from my students every single day, and I ask you to learn from the people who have stood before you tonight. Thank you very much.
Brooke Tenney.
Hello, my name is Brooke Tenney, and I am a senior at Smithfield High School. Honorable members of the school board, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight regarding the policy. This policy is undoubtedly a noble effort that is intended to preserve the self-worth of its student body. However, just because a policy has good intentions does not make it a good policy, and this policy has many flaws within it. While amending the previous provisions of the original document, it has lost most of its original purpose. In the current past version of this policy, it specifically regards sexual items and explicit content. In regards to nudity and explicit content, I do agree that on a base level that there should not be any sexual acts described. But I will say almost all of what we read in class does not pertain any of that. And if the little amount that does, it has a greater meaning. Sorry. However, even bearing that in mind, this is an optional provision. It allows parents to choose if they want their child to view such material. The basis of this was a parental choice. However, the policy that is proposed has a complete and absolute control over the material being taught. This is undoubtedly a far overreach of governmental authority, one that has lost sight of the original goal. Aside from this identity crisis, there is also a matter of censorship. This policy would restrict not just explicit content, but also what that is which inherently divisive. This is an outlandish restriction. In a world which is so consistently divided on so many issues, how could somebody say anything without being considered inherently divisive? It specifically mentions that it cannot encourage material which could essentially make someone feel uncomfortable. But this is the same mindset of so many dystopian futures. The fact of the matter is that if we continue to do things simply based on comfort and pursuit of hedonism, I can't say that word, we lose ourselves entirely. Historically, such policies have been enacted by despots and governments acting as absolute. It is the same mindset that killed Socrates, one of the greatest minds in philosophy. His words irked those around him, and he was sentenced to death for that. Shall we condemn the trials of history and the nuances of literature to death as well, solely because they make us feel uncomfortable? In doing so, we lose opinions, we lose discourse, and we lose the very basis of democracy. This is a future written in countless novels, but one that stands out is Fahrenheit 451 by Ray Bradbury. It presents a place where in order to make sure that everyone is appeased and comfortable, books are quite literally burned. This horrible visage is very far off, and it is not to say that this policy will set us into this motion. But why should we take the steps of
1 minute.
Why should we follow the footsteps of book burners and tyrants? In the words of the author, quote, "We need not to be let alone. We need to really be bothered once in a while about something important, about something real." Through censorship of material, you are not only stripping away the truth and simplifying, but it also takes away from our education and our knowledge of the world. By putting this policy forward as it stands now, you are putting all of your students at a disadvantage to those who have not adopted this censorship policy. The vagueness means something like the Holocaust absolutely could be restricted. It may, after all, make someone feel as though they are inherently oppressive or may even be inherently oppressed. Yet we can all agree that the Holocaust must be taught because it is a tragedy that we need to learn from. As long as there has been history, there have been those who have ignored it. And all who have ignored history are thus doomed to repeat it. And even this is merely a reflection of the past. Thank you.
Elizabeth Johnson.
Could we call a 10-minute recess? We've been going at it for just over 2 hours. Oh, your last one?
I promise I
Okay.
will be very, very quick.
Very good. Then we'll recess after that.
Yes, sir. Thank you for giving me this time, and I know I'm supposed to address you, but I am very much in awe of the students and young adults who've come up here and expressed their views and prepared statements. I mean, this is amazing, and I couldn't do that probably when I was their age. So thank you, guys. My name's Elizabeth Johnson. I live in the second district, and I have 2 children at Smithfield High School. And I'm speaking on behalf of my family and other families that some are here with me and some are not, but I'm going to list them so that you know I speak from more than one voice. The Allen family, they're in the second district as well. They've had 3 students here. The Lang family, they have 1 student at the high school. The Prince family, they have 2 students at Smithfield Schools. The Shaw family, they have 2 students at Smithfield High. The Schwartz family, they have 2 students at Smithfield High School. The Wilson family, they have 2 students at Smithfield High School. And I'm sure I speak for many others. I strongly oppose the elimination of inherently divisive content in our academic curriculum. The definition is broad, it's open to interpretation, and if the proposed verbiage is implemented, our children, our students, will lose classroom time on topics needed to learn critical thinking skills. They lose the opportunity to discuss, to analyze topics, because only a subset of information will be presented. And many topics are even going to be removed. This puts Isle of Wight students at a disadvantage. The knowledge gaps, they're going to be evident in basic conversations with their peers from other school districts. They could show up in their future workplace. They're not going to be at the same education level as their colleagues. And the knowledge gaps will certainly come up for students who pursue college when it's expected. Isle of Wight students are prepared with basic knowledge of history, science, and English literature, along with the ability to apply critical thinking skills and analyze information. One immediate impact is the AP designation. AP courses are taught at the college level, and it's an opportunity for students to take a weighted class for a higher GPA. It makes our students look more competitive for college admissions. And a huge benefit is that AP courses save families money. They count toward a college class for their degree, and it costs around $90 to take the exam. Last year, Isle of Wight County, we had 97 students taking at least 1 AP course. And those students, well, students this year taking AP courses are in the middle of the school year. If approved, these students are going to have to find another school district to take them in so that they can continue the AP curriculum for the rest of the year. And Isle of Wight County, if that happens, should be responsible for any costs for those students moving to a different school district. And I'm respectfully asking the board, consider all the impacts to the proposed changes that remove important topics from our curriculum and put our children behind others who don't have those constraints put upon their education. So in other words, please don't set our Isle of Wight students apart from others by keeping them behind. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to thank everybody for coming out and letting us know how you feel. It's important to us. We will consider everybody's comments here tonight. Now we're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute recess. It is 8:14 right now. We will come back at 8:24. If everybody could take their seats.
Can I have that one? Yep. I lost mine. Somebody's drinking it, one or the other.
Oh, you lost it.
I'm trying to drink it.
Yeah, probably. If everybody could take their seats, we'll go ahead and get started again. All right, you ready? The meeting is back in session. We're going to start off. I'm going to ask Mr. Worcester to make a couple comments. He's going to make a couple comments before everybody spoke to me.
Hold up, no, we haven't gotten there yet. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me, but we did not have Mr. Wooster come in here, come in at this portion of the agenda. We did not amend the agenda for him to speak at this time. He will have an opportunity to speak when we get to that portion of the agenda, policy IIA, and if there is a motion on there, we can discuss it at that time, Mr. Chair.
I would hope that anybody that's here that did comment, please stick around and listen. Mr. Worcester's got a few things to say that I think you're going to find very enlightening. And now then we will go back into the school reorganization. We will start with the School Board Code of Ethics. Do I have a motion to approve the School Board Code of Ethics? Do I have a motion to adopt the School Board Code of Ethics? I do not have a motion to adopt the School Board Code of Ethics. Board protocols. Do we have a motion to adopt the board protocols as presented? Do we have a motion to adopt the board protocols as presented? Huh? No.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
What? Okay. Are we talking the same protocols we had last year, or is this something new?
No, these would be the same protocols that we adopted last year.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the board protocols as presented. So it's no change, correct?
Correct. Do we have a second?
Second.
And we have a second. And the clerk will take the vote. Oh, are there any comments?
Yes, I have comments, Chair. So, I know we haven't gotten to it yet, but we're going to talk about drafting a set of board bylaws. The reason you didn't get a motion or a second out of me for the board protocols or the code of ethics is I believe the draft bylaws as written incorporate the lion's share of both of those documents. So it's not that I'm personally opposed to adopting a code of ethics or a set of board protocols. But if you recall, last year, January of 22, this board adopted both the code of ethics and the protocols, and the last you heard of them was this month. You haven't heard anything of them since. They've been buried in the minutes from last year, February, when they were approved. So I think from my position, as we work forward and talk about these bylaws, both the code of ethics and the protocols can be wrapped into that one single document so that anybody can go to the website and see exactly how this board operates within the parameters and what we're all about. And that's all I got.
Further discussion. Ms. Tynes?
I just wanted to say the protocol and the code of ethics, they need to be separated, not wrapped together. The code of ethics is something that all school boards in the state of Virginia adhere to. Protocol comes from Wight County. Okay, so we can't wrap it all together. We need to keep it separate.
They are separate. We're just doing the
I know they're
protocols
separate
right
tonight.
now.
I was just responding to Mr. Marsh's remarks. Some things are separated for a purpose. And going forward, we need to continue to leave these things as they are until, I guess, you learn protocol.
Please.
Why? Why do they have to be separate? And why do we have to adopt a separate set? As in accordance with what? Just because everyone does it doesn't mean we have to.
Mr. Chair, one issue is we have to follow an agenda, and the agenda has them as separate. So at least tonight, we have to follow that, or
We are.
how are we going to do it?
We
So-
are. Did you want to go back and make them
Well,
expunge the motion on the protocols and go back and make a motion on the ethics?
Well, we can, correct me if I'm wrong, Pat, we've already made a motion for the board protocols.
Correct.
And it's properly been seconded, correct?
Correct.
So we need to
That's where
vote
we're at.
on this, and then if so decided, we can go back to the adoption of the school board code of ethics.
That's fine.
All right.
I have no problem with
And the
that.
code of ethics are the ones that we have to sign off on at our first meeting.
Okay. Is there any more discussion about the protocols? And the clerk will take the vote. And this board is not adopting the board protocols. Now we will go back to the school board code of ethics. Do I have a motion for the school board code of ethics, to adopt the school board code of ethics?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I would like to make a motion that the Wight County School Board adopt the school board code of ethics.
And do we have a second?
Second.
And we have a second. Is there any discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So, again, I want to know is there any legal binding requirement to adopt a code of ethics? And that would be for our legal.
I'm not aware of any I'm not aware of any statutes that require the board to adopt code of ethics.
These ethics were adopted as of July 9th, 2009. And every board from that time on, at the first organization meeting, has been voting on these. And at the end of the meeting, the clerk will have us to sign off on them. If we do not adopt them, then this would be the first board in history that probably did not adopt them. But I'm thinking going forward this year is going to be a whole lot of firsts for this board.
Pack, I've got section 22.1-78 on the bylaws and regulations.
Section 22.1-78 authorizes the school board to adopt bylaws and regulations. It doesn't require it.
Is there any more discussion on the code of ethics? If there's no more discussion, the clerk will take the vote. The Code of Ethics does not pass. Next, I will make a motion in accordance with Section 22.1-78. I'm making a motion to archive and replace policies AA, BB, BBA, BBAA, BBBA, BBBC, BBD, BBE, BCA, BCB, BCC, BCC TAC R, BDA, BDB, BDC, BDDC, BDDD, BDDE, BDDF, BF, and policy CM, and with a comprehensive set of school board bylaws as presented.
Second.
I'll give it to you. We have a motion and a second. Clerk will take the vote.
Discussion?
Any discussion?
So, yes, Chair, I do want to say a bit, and I know this is going to be a long night, so bear with me. I like to talk. The idea behind adopting a set of bylaws, in my view, is because, in part, as we learned last month when talking about policy FFA, the school board is well within its right to waive its own policy. True statement, correct?
Yes, the school board can vote to waive a policy that is not required by law.
Thank you, sir. However, if we adopt a set of bylaws that encompass all of the policies that Mr. Collick just mentioned, and we adopt those bylaws, we as a board, if we vote to approve them, we cannot waive those bylaws. Is that a true statement, Mr. Attorney?
I have to double check the Robert's Rules of Order. I think that comes into play when whether or not a motion that is made inconsistent with bylaws is nullified. So I think that may how it comes into play. I'm not aware of any statute that says that a school board cannot waive its bylaws that is not otherwise required by law. Now, under the Robert's Rule of Orders, and that's how that particular provision comes up, is that when, and I don't have, I don't have every word that is memorized under the Robert's Rule of Order, but if I recall correctly, when a board votes against its bylaws, when a motion that is made that is against a bylaw of the board, the motion is nullified under Robert's Rule of Order.
Okay, thank you. Is it fair to say that the policies within that have been pulled into the bylaws, we can no longer waive those?
Well, I mean, I guess it's some semantics because I don't, waiver could mean if the majority of the board were to amend the bylaws, then that would essentially be kind of waiving it. But again, I think it comes back to procedurally, if a motion is made in violation of bylaws, it would become null and void. But if you purposefully make a motion to waive the bylaws, I don't see any issue with it. It's just that when you have to remember under policy FFA, the question was whether or not a motion that is made against a policy becomes a legal nullity. And that's the question. And under the Robert's Rules of Order, it says that only a motion that is made inconsistent with the board's bylaws becomes nullified. It doesn't say whether or not the board can make a vote to amend or bypass or waive certain bylaws at a particular time. I think the board can still do that. But it's just a matter of whether or not a motion that is made inconsistent with the bylaw or policy can become nullified. And that's how that particular set of circumstances come up. So it's a little bit different than the question you're asking me right now.
Okay, well, I appreciate it. I think I'm probably talking apples and oranges from you. either way, despite the semantics, as an average citizen that was sitting down there not too long ago who has dug into every policy currently that applies to Wight County Schools, there is a plethora of policies, and it's like wading through a maze. So if we can adopt a set of bylaws and post them to the website and have a one-stop shop for the public and the board and the administration to say, hey, this is how this board's going to operate, to me that's a win and that's an advantage. Roughly how many policies have we pulled in, Mr. Chair?
22.
22 policies.
The one thing, and obviously this is up to the board, what to do. It is my understanding that some staff member saw some things in the bylaws that have been proposed that may be inconsistent with the current policy or inconsistent with how things are done with staff. I think that is just something for the board to consider that it is voting on today, whether or not you want to involve your staff to look at some of those things before making a final vote. But certainly that is up to the board. That is just a piece of information that I am aware of that I would just want to make the board aware of.
If I may, if I still have the floor, Chair, I think given the latency that we did drop this on the superintendent and his staff, it would be in our best interest to get at least Mr. Kramer's buy-in on it, because it is a lot to digest.
Sure. So we ask to table this till the next meeting?
Mr. Chair, there are 14 pages in this document.
There is.
And I know the school board members didn't receive this until probably Tuesday of this week.
Tuesday.
So I went line for line, and I do have issues with it. So I don't know how much Dr. Kramer has reviewed it, but there are a number of things in here that look like it's the board's responsibility, and it's actually the superintendent's responsibility. I'm not going to give examples; it would take too long. But I would like to see bottom line, a work session where the board sits down with Dr. Kramer and his staff, goes line for line on this document, and comes to an agreement on what needs to be in here. Because
absolutely.
Right now, this is one way, and it's going to be a problem for everybody involved.
Absolutely. Would you concur, Dr. Kramer?
We welcome the opportunity to provide input and to give the board our recommendations and considerations regarding this. So absolutely, we welcome that opportunity.
Okay. Clerk will notate that that issue has been tabled. Need a motion to table it?
We need to rescind it,
You
don't
have to
we?
rescind your motion.
Okay. Can we have rescission of the motion?
Second.
Okay. Oh, you already seconded? Well, who made the motion?
Who made the original motion?
Was it? I don't even know.
You made the motion.
Okay, I rescinded the motion.
Okay.
You seconded it. Now it's rescinded.
I'm going to do a verbal. Mr. Cunningham?
Yay.
Mr. Marsh?
Yay.
Mr. Colick?
Yay.
Mr. Wooster?
Yay.
And Mrs. Tynes?
Abstain.
Okay, now we're going to get to the easy one, the code of conduct for the school board clerk. Can we have a motion, please? The vice chair.
Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion that we adopt the code of conduct for the school board's clerk.
And do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? There is no discussion. The clerk will take the vote.
It passes. It's past 5. 0.
And it's passed. Okay, next we are going to vote on committee assignments. So we need a motion to appoint the chair as the VSBA delegate and the vice chair as the alternate.
Oh, you want to do it? Okay, go ahead.
I move to appoint the chair as the VSBA delegate and the vice chair as the alternate.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? No discussion? Chair, clerk will take the vote.
Mrs. Tynes, for some reason it says not present at vote. Did you?
Yeah, I voted.
Your can I get your verbal?
Abstain.
Okay.
Not a finance. Okay. We've got 4 yeas, 1 abstention. Next is the finance subcommittee.
Mr. Chair, I move to appoint the chair and the vice chair as the finance subcommittee.
I'll second that.
Is there any discussion? Mr. Worcester, you sure you don't want it?
I'm sure.
All right. Take a vote. Okay, the WHRO Board of Directors and alternate. This is an action item. And does anybody want to volunteer to be the WHRO Board of Directors or the alternate? Mind these are voluntary positions. Does anybody want this position? Okay, that's going to go unfilled.
No. If,
We got to fill
if
it.
they don't volunteer, then that's the chair.
As the
vice chair.
Okay,
I'll take it.
there we go. Does anybody want the alternate?
I'll take the alternate, Mr. Chair.
Very good. Is there any discussion? Okay, we go vote on that.
Mr. Chair, I move to appoint Mr. Cunningham as the primary WHRO Board of Directors and myself, Mr. Marsh, as the alternate.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second, and the clerk will take the vote.
What are we voting on?
We're voting on the WHRO Board of Directors.
And alternate.
Move to appoint Mrs. Tynes as the alternate for the Special Education Advisory Committee.
Second.
Yeah. We have a motion and a second. Take the vote.
Okay, Mr. Cunningham,
Yay.
Mr. Marsh,
Yay.
Mr. Colick,
Yay.
Mr. Wooster,
Yay.
and Mrs. Tynes.
Yay.
And finally, we have the CTE Advisory Committee.
Now, I'll volunteer for that one because I've never been on it.
Okay.
And I'd like to be the alternate.
You're going to volunteer as well.
He's got it. You're going to be the alternate?
Yeah.
Okay. No, go ahead.
Can you meet during the Can you meet during the school day? Because that's when they normally meet. I know you had some conflicts with your job. It's a weekday. Okay. Okay.
So Mrs. Tynes is
Primary. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I move to appoint Mrs. Tynes as the primary for the CTE Advisory Committee and Mr. Wooster as the alternate.
Second that.
Okay. Mr. Cunningham?
Yay.
Mr. Marsh?
Yay.
Mr. Colick?
Yay.
Mr. Wooster?
Yay.
And Mrs. Tynes?
Yay.
And that is it with the reorganization portion of the meeting. Am I correct? Okay. So next we have board member committee reports and other information. If any board member has a report to give tonight.
We had a short month.
I have some information, but not.
Is it a report?
Report on what I did last week.
No.
No, you do that at
It's
the
a
end.
The committees that we just
Yeah.
volunteered and signed up for, that's normally what we do, the reports, unless we do some extracurricular things like go visit a school or something.
That's exactly what
Okay.
I'm talking about.
Okay.
Visit a school.
Okay.
Go for it.
Afterwards. And now.
You can do it now if you
No.
want to.
You did it in your official capacity.
All right, so although I am not on an official committee last week, I am now, but last week on January 5th, I had the pleasure of touring Windsor Elementary. I got to walk to school with Mrs. Couch, and I'm here to tell you that that's the first time I've walked inside the skin of a school during school day in years, and it is different. One thing I noted, and I've already discussed it with Mr. Kramer, Dr. Kramer, is that the RO system had a leak on it, and it had been on a work order for 2 years. And I also learned that during those 2 years of that leak, they had to have tiles replaced on the floor twice. So that was an attention grabber, knowing that it took that long to get a piece of equipment fixed. And then on January 6th, I actually took the day off, and I started my day off at 8 a.m. over at Windsor High School, and then I shifted over to Georgie Tyler Middle School, and then I went over to Smithfield High School. And then after that, I had the pleasure of meeting with Superintendent and some of his staff and Mr. Cunningham, and we had some good meetings in the afternoon. But Windsor High School, again, I walked in there at 8 a.m., and since my kids go to elementary school, the school starts a little bit before 9. When I walked in the building at 8, I didn't even realize school was in session. It was quiet. It was calm. It smelt good. It was welcoming, and it was like a breath of fresh air. I met the principal, assistant principal. They toured me around the school. I was in there for over 2 hours. I got to see the CTE students in action, the shop class in the back where they built the tiny house. I got to see the cosmetology lab. That was neat. Walked through every wing of the school. Met Coach, the director of athletics. That was enlightening. And one of the reasons I went over there is I wanted to see Windsor High School firsthand, because there's been so much talk and discussion about funding for stuff on the other end of the county. So as a District 4 rep, I wanted to start in my backyard, and so that's what I did. I went over there. One of the things I wanted to see was the band room in the high school. And lo and behold, Windsor High School doesn't even have a band room. They ship their students over to Georgie Tyler, and they share the band room with the middle school. I had no idea. That said, the Georgie Tyler Middle School band room is pretty top-notch. But they also, both schools share the same band director, Smithfield High School and the middle school. So that was an interesting surprise I was not aware of. I learned that the Windsor High School track is in bad shape. There's chunks of the surface missing. Tennis courts need to be resurfaced. So this is all stuff I'd heard before, but I wanted to hear it firsthand, and that's what I got. All in all, I had a good time at the high school. And then I ran over and I saw Miss Luck at the middle school, and she didn't have anything to complain about. And it was a welcoming event. I was in and out of there. I saw the gym, which is phenomenal. The one thing that caught my attention is when I went to the art room, I noticed that they've got a brand new kiln that's apparently never been used. So when it was installed contrary to code. So there it is. We've got this brand new kiln that the art kids cannot use. So that's something that I'd like to see looked into moving forward. After that, I shifted down to Smithfield High School. On the way, I picked up Mr. Wooster. We went over there, and a completely different feel. Different schools, night and day. I didn't get to meet Principal Cuffey. She was tied up, and being in there for 15 minutes, I can tell she's probably a very busy lady. I did meet the assistant principal, Mr. Williams. I got to see my first fight. So one thing you'll learn about Board Member Marsh is, it is what it is. I've heard rumors about discipline issues in Smithfield High School. Well, I saw it firsthand. Was not impressed. What I was impressed with was the quick response from Mr. Williams and several other staff members. I call it a fight. It was a quarrel, a discussion amongst a handful of kids. It was like they swarmed in, and then the teachers washed it out immediately. So there, Mr. Wooster and I were hanging out in the middle of the school. What do we do now? So we saw the band director. We went over there, and I checked out the band. And yes, it is cramped. It is run down, in dire need of some maintenance. But what really struck my attention, because I've heard so much about humidity issues in the Smithfield High School band room, what we noticed immediately was in the overhead of the band room was the air conditioning intake, caked up. I'd say 3/16, quarter inch of junk. So it is not surprising to me that there's a humidity issue in that room. The AC can't breathe. And I'm no HVAC tech, but I suspect that some maintenance would alleviate some of their issues in there. That's the big part of my visit. And what I did notice, a common theme, and again, I've already discussed this with the superintendent, but the common theme from all the schools that I visited was maintenance trouble calls take too long. There's constant issues and complaints with cleanliness of the schools because the janitorial services are understaffed. Ground maintenance shortfalls. What really caught my attention, because we're talking about new athletic field turfs and whatnot, both Windsor High School and Smithfield High School, apparently we contract field services to take care of those fields. Yet both of the coaches at both of those schools are out there on mowers taking care of these fields. So the question becomes, if we're paying for it, why are our athletics directors out there on lawnmowers? So again, something else I think we need to look into. That's all I got.
Those are good ones, isn't it?
For you, Coach.
Mr. Chair, may I suggest, given the lateness of the hour, that our student liaisons be given an opportunity to share their reports so that they can go home and do homework?
Certainly. Please.
So, Windsor's been pretty quiet lately. We haven't had a whole bunch go on. All of our sports teams are doing pretty good. But personally, I had a chance to meet with Dr. Kramer and talk about some stuff that's been going on in school. Samantha was there as well. And it was really nice because prior to that, I hadn't had an opportunity to speak about things that had been going on.
Smithfield's doing pretty good. Our basketball team's doing great this season, so I'm really proud of that. Like Kylie said, we did get to meet with Dr. Kramer, which was really nice, since we got to go more in depth to what we talk about in meetings, so that's pretty much it.
Okay, thank you, ladies. Please, please.
Well, I've had a lot of time to think about it while listening to everybody, and personally, I really don't think that we can learn in an environment where people aren't challenged. Y'all get challenged at every meeting, so we get challenged every single day. And when it comes to sexually explicit content, I've never encountered any of it, and I'm in high school. And my mom has had the opportunity to opt out of family life courses, so that's been happening since middle school. That's never been something that didn't happen. And most of like the sexually explicit content that does become a problem is in basic books that we've read for years. Like years and years, that have probably been read when most of you were in school.
One thing that was taught to me as a kid was you need to get out of your comfort zone to grow. So even though some things are uncomfortable to talk about, does not mean we shouldn't be talking about them. And that's just my opinion on it. Along with what Kylie said with the explicit things that y'all think are in books, I don't really see it personally. But I think we need to be uncomfortable. We need to have these conversations, because when we do go to college and we have Socratic seminars, we're going to be put in uncomfortable situations, and that's just the way the world is. Sometimes it's uncomfortable, and we got to deal with it. So.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Worcester.
Okay, I'm just going to keep this very brief due to the time of the evening, but I'm going to probably mirror a bunch of Mr. Marsh's talking points. I had the opportunity to meet with Principal Brennan at Carrollton Elementary School just a couple of days ago. First impression, walking in the door, spotless clean, smells great, very inviting. Okay, I was very impressed with that. Spoke with Mr. Brennan. We had a great conversation, toured the school building, looked at the different classrooms, looked at the hydroponics that they're working on. Takeaways from that meeting, as far as traffic patterning, they've got an excellent traffic flow situation for pickup and drop off. At least when I was there, everything was working smoothly. Now, he did say sometimes it can back up onto Newtown Haven Lane, but I did not find that the case this time. One thing that is holding true straight across the board is dealing with work orders. When I asked him about, work orders being completed, what type of timeline is he looking at, roughly about 3 months out on work orders. According to Mr. Brennan, since September 26, 2022, there are now 28 outstanding work orders. That's one thing that I take note of. If we're putting in work orders, they need to be completed. The HVAC issues they're having, it's inconsistent temperatures. Some days it's 78 degrees in the rooms, other days it's cooler. And again, I said I'll keep this short. I asked the question, if money was no object, what would be the main thing you want for your school? And he responded with a reading interventionist and a math interventionist in order to get the students that are testing below grade level up to grade level. That stuck out in my mind. It's pretty much all I have for Carrollton right now. Like I said, I'm going to keep it short for the time of the hour.
Okay, if nobody else has anything, we will go on to the next topic, which is the financial presentations.
Good evening, Chair, members of the board, Dr. Kramer. Happy to discuss the financial presentations with you all for the month of December. Before we do that, I did want to take the opportunity just to highlight one aspect. We did recently complete our audit in conjunction with the county, and just wanted to give you a very brief kind of one statement overview of the findings of that so that everyone is aware of that information. The audit found that in the findings there are no material weaknesses, reported findings, or questioned cost in the financial report of Isle of Wight County Schools. So again, just a very brief overview so that you all are aware that the audit did conclude, and that was one of the major takeaways.
And if I could also just add in, I want a big thanks to the county. The county staff came down and helped us out. As you know, that we've been without a CFO for a couple of months, and the county staff came down and we worked together hand in hand for weeks at a time in order to prepare. One thing that, of course, Mr. Keaton, the county administrator, and Stephanie Humphreys did, we owed them a big thanks for everything that they did to help us come through this audit and to find that there was no discrepancies of that matter. One thing that we are doing is looking forward to some of the lower areas that we could work through. We're going to actually work doing some cross-training and some other activities of that matter to get us up to a little bit above standard. But we are looking at filling the position of CFO before we really take a stance from that expert opinion to move forward in that area. But just wanted to thank the county for allowing us to use their personnel and finance to assist us in coming out of this audit 100% clean.
Okay, Dr. Coleman, would
Yes.
it be possible to get the CPAs from RFC to come out and give us, a quick rundown of, how they went through the audit and the things they found? Because I actually do have a few questions to make sure that in the next year, any of the hiccups we had, we don't have those
Absolutely.
particular hiccups.
Yes, that's a great point. I will be reaching out to Ms. Humphreys and see if we can align it. Of course, the Board of Supervisors send the audit team down, so we don't actually pick which company audits us. The Board of Supervisors send them down and they audit us. So I'm just going to reach out and see if I can align them to come in and do a presentation
Yeah, I
for
appreciate
the
that.
school board.
Thank
and
you.
Find out. Yes, sir.
So again, if there's any questions on the facility usage, check register, detail, summary, or large ticket items, I'm happy to field them at this time.
I got a couple questions for you, and I'll try to keep it quick.
Yes, sir.
Let's see here. Large ticket items, we've got $85,500 for badge readers, and that's Mid-Atlantic, I believe. And then Mid-Atlantic is also on the check register for a total of 4 invoices of $140,950. Just for my own edification, what exactly did we buy? Was that for badge readers across the division or a handful of schools or what?
Yes, sir, and I believe Mr. Cooprider can get into more of the details on that, but yes, sir, it was for a number of different schools, and I'll allow him to speak to exactly what was purchased there.
Good evening, Mr. Marsh. So the $140,000 was $105,000 actually for Smithfield Middle School. That consisted of 73 badge readers as well as 32 what they're referred to as gateways, which allows those badge readers to talk back to the main system. There was also $35,000 to Smithfield High School. And I'm approximating these numbers. It's much more detailed. I have those written down if you need those, which totaled the $140,000. That was the that was the remaining totality of the SEGM grant from the FY22 school year.
Thank you. And are we still outstanding, or in other words, are we still trying to get badge readers in other schools, or does that get us where we want to be?
So this is the completion of the award from FY22. FY23 was awarded about a month and a half, 2 months ago, which was Georgie Tyler Middle School. And we are also planning on adding these into Hardy Elementary School, which means all of our secondaries will be done. The new Hardy Elementary School will be done, and we will begin installing or attempting to install these further in elementary schools. Good.
Mr. Chair, if I may, although Dr. Coleman stated, we certainly will ensure that you be given an opportunity to have a presentation on the audit. So if that's the wish of the board, we'll work on that. And we'd like to take the opportunity to thank, I see him here, Board of Supervisor Grice, and so as Dr. Coleman stated, thank you and the other supervisors for supporting us during the audit. At that time, we were a little short-staffed. You met the staff that we've hired this evening, but at that time they were not on staff. So again, thank you, Board of Supervisor Grice and your colleagues for your support.
Okay, is that it for the financial presentations? Or
If there's no
there's
more
no other questions.
no more questions, we'll go on to support services now.
All right, we have one project that we really wanted to highlight. You heard from different parents and teachers that came up last week and last month and discussed the Smithfield Middle School gym floor. So over Christmas break, working with the principal and working with the companies and the maintenance company we do have, allowing them to come in and work on the floor, an outside agency, of course, certified to do gym floors. All of the work is now completed. This is the gym floor before completion, putting down the wood and different things of that nature. The first picture was for the bottom, the secondary laminate. Now this one is the actual floor going down. And this is the completed gym floor at Smithfield Middle School now.
Nice.
Okay. And the key that, of course, that we look for in the finance office will be the warranty information. And just to let you know that the warranty for both materials and workmanship for the refinished flooring of this project for a period of time of 1 year to begin upon the date of substantial completion. So we will be paying very close attention with the punch list. If we should find anything wrong, we have 1 year warranty, and we're going to take full advantage of that for the Smithfield Middle School floor.
Is a 1 year warranty standard?
The 1 year warranty is standard.
Okay.
It's a standard warranty.
Seems short. Okay.
Yes. Are there any more questions concerning that project?
No. I do have one question on support services in general, Dr. Coleman.
Yes, sir.
Just on the tracking of work orders, you know, do we have a mechanism, a status board, if you will, you know, on work orders so we can see from day to day, we can look and see, you know, what's outstanding, how long something's been outstanding, et cetera?
Right. We do have a work order system that is in place. We've had to make a lot of different modifications with that system over the last 5 years when working with the vendor that we have been working with for the last 5 years. So there is something in place. And when we find a lapse in the work order system, like I'm kind of being told right now, that's when we go back and investigate to find out what's going on, what's wrong, where's the downfall, where are we missing gaps at. So there is a work order system in place, and I guess it's time to review that work order system to make sure that these 28-day work orders are the ones that's been out since September. They need to get filled and figure out exactly what's going on. So I can give you a better full report once I look into it a little bit deeper.
Thank you. Okay, now we're going to talk about transportation.
All right. Well, once again, I want to go over, help out with this transportation fleet rotation and improvement plan. One thing that was always asked of us when it comes to transportation is, where is the plan? Where are we going to? How are we keeping all of the vehicles on the road? How are we planning for the future? As you already know, that gas prices and prices on materials have skyrocketed. With this, what are we doing to make sure that we are doing the right thing economically, but at the same time making sure that we're safe? So I've asked Mr. Sullivan and I asked Mr. Blackwell to come forth and show you the plan. These two young men had a plan together. They are tracking everything, and I just wanted to give you a little tidbit of what's going on. Some of the items that they have here will be in the budget. Other items you're going to find that are a little bit more expensive, that I think that we need to go another route in how we're planning to fulfill our need to get the transportation department up to par. All right, go right ahead, Mr. Sullivan or Mr. Blackwell.
Good evening, everybody. Right now, what I'm going to start off with as far as our fleet rotation and improvement plan. Right now, I'm going to give you just some details of our current status of transportation. Right now, Fleet Services is now fully manned for the first time in 10 years. This has already resulted in a 32% increase in repairs and maintenance compared to the fiscal year of 2021. Also, we have our WCS vehicles have met or exceeded all video E 45-day inspection requirements for the first time in 2 years. Transportation has begun developing and implementing in-depth mid-year driver training to sharpen the skills of all professional drivers, with emphasis on identifying small problems before they become big problems. Some few critical information that will be needed. According to the VDOE, the maximum lifespan for a conventional school bus is approximately 15 years or 300,000 miles. By fiscal year of 2024, Wight County will have 24 buses that will exceed the 15-year lifespan. With the implementation of the Fleet Improvement Plan or proposal, we will be able to correct future deficiencies.
And I just want to pause right there to ensure that you understand that the buses are working at this time, but as you can see, based off of regulations, 15 years of 300,000 miles, we have 24 buses that have passed their lifespan. So that is what these two gentlemen have to do, get us back up to par, get us back where we need to be, give us a plan so we can move forward. Go right ahead.
Currently, we have a letter of intent to reserve 5 buses for leasing from Sunny Merriman. And that total cost for the 5 buses would be roughly a total of $640,470.
I do have a question on that, and you're going to hear me harp on this, forever, is I'm a big believer in competitive bids because competitive bids usually lower the price a bit. Did we go to Sunny Merriman, did we go out with a request for proposals, or did we go directly to Sunny Merriman?
In this case, Sunny Merriman will be part of EVA, would it be?
That is correct.
It'll be part of EVA, and that is the cooperative contract. And I don't know if you know a lot about a cooperative contract, but the cooperative contract is a lot of times EVA. It's a source for a lot of competitive bids. So you take a lot of, let's just say you're bidding for a bus. You will go to EVA. EVA has already bid on buses through the competitive bid, sealed bid process based off of guidelines, but they have done it already for you. So they have already touched bases with 10 different companies, and they've already found the best price, and they're offering that best price to everyone in the state of Virginia. So by going to EVA, using Sourcewell or Omnia, one of the contracts, what you're doing, you are still doing the competitive bid prices, but you're going through an individual source that have already done the process for you. So anytime you hear of a cooperative contract agreement, we always find one. If it's not EVA, Omnia, we already know that's already vetted. But we always send that to the attorney to make sure the attorney sees it, make sure it's in guidelines with Virginia, and then we just move forward with that cooperative contract. So in this sense, Merriman, it was part of EVA contract. So we did go through the process.
Good question. Hey, gentlemen, so I'm curious. $640K to lease 5 buses. Is that right? For how long?
That is going to be for 5 years. And I'm sorry, go ahead, sir.
Yeah. Just to ensure you're saying that's not $640 a year. Is that what you're thinking?
I'm just trying to figure it out.
Okay. So I'm going more into the lease, exactly how the lease is laid out.
So I'll throw you with a barrage of questions, and you're going to answer them however you see fit.
Go ahead, sir.
Do we lease all of our buses, or are we just trying to lease a set now? Question 1. How much per bus for per year, I guess? It says 5 years for 5 buses, $640,000. So I can do the math. Why are we opting to lease by outright?
Okay, so to start off, so the individual purchase for each one of those buses is $128,000, and we're looking at 5 buses. So the lease program that we are being offered is actually a purchase program at the end of the lease. So once we've completed all of those lease payments, we own those vehicles. So it says lease, but it is lease to buy, and there's no additional payment when we're done with those lease payments.
Is it interest-free?
Oh, no, there's always interest.
So I'll ask again, why lease instead of buy? Why would I lease to own And I think of it in layman's terms. Why would I go to rent to own a new TV instead of just go and buy a TV?
Typically, the price is a lot more than we can absorb on one fiscal year. That's why this year we're going to go ahead and initiate the lease, just so it's not much strain on us. And the first lease payment is actually going to be used with the ESSER 3 grant. So that first payment is going to be $260,000, and it is all coming from the ESSER 3 grant. So that will be nothing from our budget for the next fiscal year.
In the long run, is it more cost advantageous to buy one outright and take the hit up front, or to lease it?
It's always going to be better not to pay for the financial institution to support you. So yes, buying out front is the way to do it if you have the monetary means to do so.
So what are we talking about? How much difference is there?
I can get those numbers for you.
I'm interested. I mean, at least I am looking for ways to trim the proverbial fat.
Right.
So if we're spending more money up front to lease a bus, it's at least worth entertaining the notion or having a discussion if we can save some money.
Absolutely.
At the end of the day, I've got to go back to at least one of those gentlemen back there and say, hey, we need money for some school buses. So,
and just to throw this out here, in the past, of course, buying the buses, 124, 144 per bus. We usually pick up 2 buses per year. 2 buses per year is kind of what got us into the situation while we're 24 buses over the 15-year span, because we couldn't keep up. How many buses do we have overall? 72?
About 70 buses.
Yes, 70 buses. So that's what happened. We started falling behind. In order to catch up, we started leasing buses, because we can lease them 5 at a time, to pull 5 down at a time to try to catch up. So at one time, members of the board of supervisors, they do know, we did have a lease program, and at the same time trying to buy buses in order to catch back up. But as you can see right now, we're still behind by 24 buses at this time. So that'll give you a little bit more background information concerning why we use leases and how we use leases.
Mr. Chair, if Mr. Marsh is finished, I would like to say something. I have a question. My question is, under the leasing agreement, are we responsible if anything happened to the bus during the time we're leasing it? Like, mechanical things or whatever, like you do with cars, you can take it back to them and they're take care, replace any parts.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. And it is actually the same warranty regardless if you lease or if you buy outright. Sunny Merriman will provide us with the exact same warranty during that period of time.
So they give us a warranty during that time?
Right, and during that time, we still provide all the maintenance and service just as it's required by the manufacturer.
All right. Mr. Marsh, little background on Wight County. Wight County is one of the school districts in the state of Virginia where our buses cover lots of miles. We went down this road before to see if we could actually source it out. But because of the mileage we have across this county daily, it wasn't beneficial. So we have to continue to lease and buy. That's just a little background.
It makes perfect sense. I mean, we're running them all day long.
Right.
Last question, I promise. 15 years or 300,000 miles? Are we I wrote it down somewhere. The buses that have surpassed that, is it a mileage or an age thing, or just a combination?
Typically, it's going to be age. However, we do have some that are approaching 300,000 miles. Most of the ones that are close to 300,000 are somewhere around 18 to 19 years old.
Okay.
Okay, y'all ready for?
All right. We have a couple of more slides just to touch on.
Oh.
All right. So this right here is our fleet improvement proposal. It is a 3-part proposal. The objective, of course, is to make sure we're providing the absolute best equipment. If we can go ahead and do... Which one? We can go part 2 is fine. Okay. So the critical information here is we need to establish a consistent replacement cycle for our vehicles. I propose that we adopt a replacement cycle, 15-year lifespan with our IWCS vehicles. Right now, we utilize 55 conventional Type C school buses and 14 special needs buses. So right now, 55 conventional school buses, 15-year life cycle, that's going to be 3.6, around up to 4 buses per year that we need to purchase for conventional buses. And then the 14 special needs buses at a 15-year life cycle, that would be just approximately 1 bus per year special needs that we need to purchase every single year. It should be in that Excel document right there. Right there. So this here is the organization of all the vehicles we have now. On this first slide, this shows the buses that need to go to auction in the upcoming year. Most of these are approved. We still have a couple vehicles that are pending approval. We can go to the next slide.
And just want to point out, this is the information when Mr. Sullivan and Mr. Blackwell came to me and started talking about buses and buying new buses. This is the information I requested because this is the information that you need to make decisions. School buses for auction, light duty for auction, all buses, buses with AC, all light duty, special needs buses, special education, technology, CO, CTE vehicles, athletics, fleet services, courier. All of the information from transportation is combined to give us a reading on exactly what we need. And this is how these two gentlemen came to the layout that they have read. Just want to point that out. Are there any questions concerning the layout or their plan at this time?
No, I've actually been looking to find something like this in the school system, so I commend you guys for putting this together. If we can use this type, not the particular Excel spreadsheet, but this type of spreadsheet as much as possible for tracking different things, I think it would help tremendously. Mr. Blackwell, tremendous job. Thank you.
Next, we want to just make sure that you see the budget comparison. Go right ahead, Mr. Blackwell.
So as you see from last year, 2021, the total for those first 3 months of October, November, and December, we were at 92. Compared to now for this year, we're at 121 as far as fuel being used. That's an increase of about $30,000 right there, due to the fact that when you talk about propane and diesel, those prices, they fluctuate, but diesel has increased a lot and tremendously right now. So what I'm looking at right now is that for next year's school budget, that we make sure we can allow for an increase into that fuel line for fuel.
And our consumption hasn't changed. It's
Nope.
just the prices.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Very good.
So right offhand, you're seeing a $300,000 increase just in fuel and transportation.
Right.
So, and that increase, as you already know, was a flat budgeted last year. So once again, we're going to be looking at this very carefully, getting into the months of April, May, and June for this year. Just a heads up.
What's it looking like? Are we going to be in the red when it comes to fuel? I asked this a few months ago when I was on the other side. We spend a lot of money on diesel fuel. How are we looking on the budget?
Well, at this time, we'll go right ahead.
Well, compared to last year's, we were only had a revised budget of $372,000. So right now, what I'm proposing is to make sure, after I did my calculations for including summer school and for the entire year, to go to from $372,000 to $670,000.
So then that's for next year. So looking at the remainder of the year, it's going to be close. We're going to look at it again in February, and at that time, and that's why we're having this presentation now to let you know where we stand at, because the request is the action item, is request to go to the Board of Supervisors and do a new presentation, do this same presentation for them so they can understand exactly what we're doing, because we might need more money for fuel. We might need an increase in funds for fuel. And if we need an increase in funds for fuel, I just want everyone to be aware of what's going on months prior.
Just generally speaking, because I own a diesel truck and I got a gas car, and I got propane in my house. So propane generally follows the price of a gallon of gasoline, there and about. Diesel fuel is all over the place.
All over the place.
These 5 buses that you want to buy, propane or diesel?
Diesel.
Why?
It's more efficient, it's more cost effective, and cheaper too.
all in all, it's cheaper to run a diesel bus as compared to the propane.
It is. Cost of ownership is much lower.
Okay.
All right. Go right ahead.
All right, so this is a fleet services budget request. Currently, fleet services education repair line, it has not been increased since 2017. Matter of fact, in 2017, it was $170,000 or $170,000, and then it was decreased in 2018 to $93,000. And right now, all parts have dramatically increased for absolutely everything. Unfortunately, everything is built outside of the United States. And most of these parts that we're trying to get for these vehicles to keep them on the road as they age are becoming more and more difficult to obtain. So right now we're looking at $93,000 a year in our general education line, and we would like to increase that to $250,000 per year.
Could you go into maintenance per month, the increase?
What do we have for the maintenance per month?
26.
About 20 to 26 a month. That can go on this meeting.
Well, one thing that the increase in maintenance per month and the items and materials that are used for that. When Mr. Sullivan first got here and we started going through it, and he said he's running out of funds in maintenance, and asking why, how. You know, we've had the same budget for a while and didn't think about every year everything increases, and we haven't increased since 2017. So at this time, in something as simple as buying tires, something that Wight was doing for years, we buy retreads because that's the cheapest tire. But Mr. Sullivan came along, he showed us that not buying retreads and buying a tougher tire, a thicker tire, or something of that nature, it won't last 6 months like a retread will, but it will last 2 years. So by extending the lifetime of those parts and of that equipment, we're actually saving money in the long run. But it is an upfront cost. So we're trying to change over right now. It's all part of the fleet service and the transportation plan. Overall, we're looking at, just based off of increases in fleet services and fuel, close to a $600,000 increase in transportation. And this $600,000 increase in transportation still does not touch the fact that we have 24 buses that are 15 years older or 300,000 miles over. So once again, that's why I wanted to make sure we brought this to your attention.
Now, how much of the budget have we used so far this year?
At this time, it's we're sitting at 51%. Oh, you're talking about not the overall
for
budget,
transportation.
Transportation budget. What do you think about 70%?
Probably about 70% right
70%?
Yes,
right.
sir.
Okay, thank you.
70% expended. All right. So as you can see, this is an action item. Make sure I got this correct.
Okay.
And the action item is for, give me 1 second. Two.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to present before the Board of Supervisors concerning transportation future plans. That staff.
Yeah, we've got a first and, we've got a motion and a second, and now discussion. Mr. Marsh.
If I may, I'm just trying to keep up because you've lobbed a lot at me.
Yes, sir.
I looked at this presentation earlier this week and there was a couple, 2, 3 slides, and now I'm seeing a lot. So it's a lot to chew on. If I'm following everything correctly, you're asking for $640,000 to buy 5 new diesel-powered buses. And you're asking for an increase in your maintenance fund from $93K to $250K. So it's two separate requests. Am I following that?
You're following, but we're looking at, there's one more request. We have a fuel increase of $300,000. We have a maintenance increase of, what is it, 100 and, was it, maintenance? Thank you. 157. Thank you, somebody back here. And then we have the bus purchases for this year. This year is $640,000 of the 5 buses, or we can go into a lease program, lease those buses, and let that cover over. But that is what we're asking for this year, okay? So moving forward over the next 5 years, That's when we're looking at closing the gap on the 24 buses that are over. And the plan that we presented would be a purchase of more buses every single year. Remember, we're talking about 4 buses a year. If we can go back to the slide, 4 buses a year in order to catch back up to where we need to be. So that is going to be an additional, 4 times, an additional 600,000. So what you're looking at is maybe 1.2 million. Okay.
Yeah, I came up with closer to 1.4.
Okay, 1.4 million, thank you. And we can, go right ahead. Okay, so that is what we're looking at this time. And that's if we want to go with the plan that the facilities supervisor and the director of the coordinator of transportation has put forth. Go back up to 2. You're going down too far. And it's a little aggressive.
It is aggressive.
Right.
And there are no easy decisions here.
No, not at all.
I want to make sure I'm asking the right questions and enough questions to make an informed decision.
Absolutely.
And I'm not sure that I'm there. I do want to know the price variance between a lease versus an outright purchase. That's something I would personally like to know before I say one way or the other. And as I understand all this, you want us to take action tonight to approve you to request $640K.
No.
To lease a bus.
No, you take action tonight so I can present this plan in front of the Board of Supervisors to let them know exactly what I just let you know, that in the next coming months, we might need assistance in fuel and in parts. So I didn't want to wait until May and say, hey, I need more money. I need $300,000. I need it now. We need to go. So I'm trying to be proactive, letting you know ahead of time that this is coming up. So let's just be proactive, make sure we get all of our ducks in a row. So that's what I'm asking for the action item to allow us to go before.
That might get entertaining.
Does anybody else have any questions, comments?
Motion has been made.
There's a motion.
Yeah, the motion's been made.
Motion and a second.
I personally don't see any harm in going and briefing the supervisors. That's still a lot of money to come and give us 15 minutes to think about. I'd like to get copies of all the slides and everything, so that we can still analyze it, even though if we vote for you to go and talk to the supervisors, we still have some background that we can follow up on.
Absolutely.
So when you come again, we are better prepared to ask questions.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, so there is a motion on the floor. It's been seconded. We have had discussion. The clerk will take the vote. And it is passed. You can go talk to the county supervisors on this issue.
Yes, sir.
And, Mr. Chair, we will certainly provide you with additional information.
Absolutely.
It certainly was a lot, and the need is real, and I think you would concur with that. But it is clear that we need to provide you with additional information, so we will certainly ensure that Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Blackwell, and Dr. Coleman will find time, and we'll have whatever meetings, whether it's a work session or whether it's bringing you in one at a time or two at a time to have that discussion. We'll certainly do so.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay, next, Dr. Coleman's going to share information on the new Hardy.
All right. This is going to be an old video, and I'm going to cut it off right now. All right. All right. So what you're going to see in the new video, if we have time to put that up, is going to be Hardy as a whole and the roof. I was talking to the contractors over the holiday season. I know they were receiving questions, I think by a couple of board members receiving questions concerning the roof. And the last conversation was that it was going to be all dried in, meaning the roof was on and everything is ready to go for them to start doing inside work. Well, over the holidays, I believe that you remember there was a big windstorm. Well, when the windstorm hit, it did affect Hardy in that line, but it was all of the outer shell of the roof and it wasn't the inner, but they did have to take time, maybe a week and a half, to put that portion of the roof back on from the wind damage. There's no permanent damage or anything of that nature, so we was ready to roll from there. So just a quick video. What I'm going to pinpoint here is just the roof going back on, and this video was taken just yesterday, and the water tower. And there were some questions concerning the water tower and items of change orders concerning the water tower, but remember that the water tower was an add-on. It's not really driven by the school. It's almost a separate project over there. So I lean into the water tower, but I'm not really over the water tower in that matter. No problem. Go all the way to the bottom. 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 All right. Take that one to the right. To the left. To the left. To the left. To the left. There we go. To the left. There we go. All right. All right. So that is the phase. Now remember that this will be the last outside aerial photo that we'll be taking. From here, this point on, we'll move to the inside of the school. We'll start filming the inside of the school and categorizing what's going on there. This is the view of the administrative wing on your left, and going to the cafeteria and the gymnasium and the auditorium now. Looks a lot different from when we first started. Moving to the back side, you have the water tower in your upper right, and you will see the art room right in this little cubby hole here. This is the art room. Well, right now it has the plywood up, and it has the gallery windows. It's going to be out looking upon a little grassy area with trees, different things of that nature. We're looking directly at the two-story portion of the building, top and bottom floor, and of course the last wing that's closest to Hardy, right there. And I'm just going to let it roll all the way to the front so you can get a good view of the front of the school where the bus drop-off will be. All right. And as you can see the date, this was just yesterday. All right, that is the wing, and that is the front of Hardy. We're seeing it right now. Moving right in there. As you can see, the driveway is going right there where they have the big tank set. And that is the view of the administrative offices. And I'm going to stop the video right there. Are there any questions concerning New Hardy or any portions of it right now, or while we'll be moving inside at this time? All right. If there's no questions, thank you.
Okay, next, Dr. Coleman is going to present and request approval of a right-of-way for Columbia Gas for the natural gas pipeline.
All right. This will be an action item. I'm seeking approval for the right-of-way for Columbia Gas of Virginia and natural gas pipeline at Hardy Elementary School. This is granting Columbia Gas an easement, a 5,451 feet of 4-inch pipeline betterment to existing a 2-inch pipe, 520 feet 4-inch pipe, and 70-foot trench to 2-inch for a PMM service line. This is for the completion of the gas line at New Hardy. So Once you sign this, this will be the easement granting them the authority to put a pipeline on our property at this time. So they need this to proceed. Without this signed off document, they cannot proceed to continue with the pipeline in order to provide heat and gas for our schools.
Okay, I do have a question. It's
Yes, sir.
just out of curiosity, but why wasn't the easement taken care of before construction?
Well, before construction, when we first started, remember the property first was owned by the county. The property was deeded to us as soon as construction started. Now, when the property was deeded over to us, with the pipeline coming in, they knew where the pipeline was going, but not exactly. It had to be architecturally designed of exactly where it's to be. So, 2 feet off here, 20 feet off there, and then we'd have to go back and deed. This is a very specific assessment, so if
Okay.
we're off. So it waited a little longer before we actually did this.
Very good, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the gas pipeline easement for the natural gas pipeline at Hardy Elementary as presented.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Clerk will take the vote. Okay, it is passed.
Thank
So
you.
you have it, Dr. Coleman.
Yes, sir.
Next is the furniture order for New Hardy Elementary School.
Right, this will be an action item, motion to approve ordering furniture in the amount of $1,230,767.51 for Hardy Elementary School to ensure furniture is in place upon the school's opening. Are there any questions concerning this?
I do.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Ms. Tynes, please. Okay. Okay. No, I actually do have a couple questions.
Yes, sir.
So we're going to be taking a lot of the furniture from the old Hardy School?
We're going to be taking, yes, we're going to be taking.
Probably all of it, yeah.
Yeah, no, just the classroom furniture.
Right.
Yes.
And then we have some furniture over there at Hope Presbyterian in the warehouse?
Yes, sir. We do have furniture at in the warehouse.
Okay, so is the amount you're requesting here, which I still haven't been able to go through, is this the totality of the additional furniture that we're going to be asking for Hardy Elementary School before it opens in September?
Yes, this is it. This is the final. This is the final order for Hardy Elementary School.
Okay. And again, the same question I asked before. Is this obtained through competitive bidding?
All of these items were purchased on a cooperative contract.
Cooperative contracts?
Yes, sir. And that will be attached in the, it will be attachments on this particular area.
Okay. Later on offline, I need a little more education on those.
Yes, sir.
Thank
No
you.
problem at all.
Yes.
So just to get it out there in the open, and I spoke with Dr. Coleman this afternoon because I was trying to wrap my head around this. So keep me honest, Doctor. Hardy Elementary was bid or budgeted for approximately $37 million.
36, yes, sir.
$36 million. Of that $36 million, it's already been budgeted. This request for $1.2 million is a part of that $36 million.
It is. It was a set aside for technology and furniture from the very beginning.
So it is not an additional request. It's part of the original budgeted request.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I did not understand that. All that said, after looking at the list, some of it I could decipher, some of it I couldn't. Is there any fat to trim? Do we really have to buy new trash cans for an entire school? Do we really need to buy new book carts? And don't get me wrong, I would love to open the doors on that school and have it beautiful and brand new, spick and span, everything matches from top to bottom. But if there's fat we can trim, I think we need to look long and hard at it. It's just my personal view. We've got buses to buy, we've got fuel price increases, we've got maintenance price increases. There's across the board, everything costs more now today than it did last year. Surely we can all agree that prices, inflation, everything costs more. So I think it's our duty to make sure that we look at this long and hard, despite what the architect said, to make sure we can't trim some fat.
I'd like to respond to that if I may. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Ms. Tynes.
This is a budgeted item, and staff, board members, everybody, we trim. This is the trimming, okay? And these are our youth that's going to be entering this building in September. A brand new building with old dirty trash cans, old dirty desks. No. All of the other schools we've opened in Wight County, we furnish them with new furniture, okay? We're not going to stop and put old things in Hardy Elementary. Why carry the negativity from one building, meaning probably the roaches, okay, termites or anything else coming from in the woods to the new building? We would like to prevent that, okay? Thank you. I'm sorry, Mrs. Getz.
No,
yield
ma'am.
to you.
Well said. We did look at all of the furniture at Hardy. There is some new furniture. There are some new student desks. There are new student chairs. There's new STEM room furniture that we had just purchased right prior to the pandemic. That furniture is in good condition, and we are moving that to New Hardy. We did have to purchase some additional desks because New Hardy is larger than Old Hardy. And you're going to see it's, teacher desks. The teacher desks are in bad shape in Hardy, very old. You would not want to move that rackety furniture to a brand new, beautiful building. Teacher desks, cafeteria tables, office furniture. Those are things that we felt needed to be replaced for the new school. And yeah, trash cans are some of them, yes.
And for the last few years, since we've been thinking about building Hardy, as well as Westside here, we have not really been purchasing things for them like we've been doing for the other buildings. So some of that equipment is very old, where we're trying to hang on because we knew we were going to eventually get into a new setting where they could get some better things.
I've just got one quick question for you. Is it safe to say that any tables, chairs, desks, filing cabinets, whatever the case may be, if they are still serviceable, are those being utilized in the new Hardy?
Some of them, yes. Others that the new school is going to match. And this might sound frivolous, but it is going to be a brand new building, and so we want the furniture, the furnishings to match and not have a bunch of mismatch like it currently has. I think that would really hinder what the appearance of a new school looks like. You've got millions of dollars to put into a new school, and you walk in and it's nothing but old furnishings. So I don't know that that's the route that we would want to go. What we will do, we are taking what we can, and then we're adding to that. We would also look at any furniture that does look pretty good, in good shape, and repurpose it to other schools. And then there is going to be furniture that is quite honestly ready for the dumpster.
So I just got one more question based on that. The furniture or furnishings that you would not be taking with you, what is your intent for those? Are they going to be auctioned off? Are they going to be sitting in a warehouse somewhere collecting dust?
Right.
What would be the intent for that?
That's a good question. It's going to be auctioned. Everything that we have that we pull from the building is going to be auctioned. Of course, a lot of things on the old Hardy will be demoed and recollected. Some of the AC units, if not all of the AC units that we're using, because those are brand new. The water fountains and different things of that nature. A lot of the technology that's on that can still be used, but the furniture itself, it will be auctioned. It will be brought before this board, inventoried, and placed into auction. Based off of what goes from there, then we can decide what we do after the auction. If it doesn't sell, then we can decide. Did that answer your question, Mr. Lewis?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Any more questions or comments? You ready to make the motion?
Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion to approve ordering furniture for the amount of $1,230,767.51 for Hardy Elementary School to ensure furniture is in place upon the school's opening.
We have a motion and we have a second.
Second it, yep.
Go ahead and take the vote. Okay, that passed 5-0. Next, we have the donation of the Smithfield High School scoreboard. It's an action item. Dr. Coleman will present the information.
Yes, sir. This is concerning the Smithfield High School scoreboard that was donated by Smithfield Foods to the Smithfield Booster Club. And at this time, based off policy, we need to make sure that we take it to the school board in order to be accepted into the school from the Booster Club for the size it is and also the monetary value. I do want to let you know Smithfield Food has sent over a contract. I have put the contract in the file for you, and that contract has not been sent to the attorney yet. I know that the policy and some of the terminology in our policy that the contract's supposed to meet, we're literally waiting to see if the board was moving forward before we sent it to the attorney. But if you'd like us to do it the other way, that's fine also. But we are in, we do have the knowledge that it's not in compliance with the policy of how it needs to be lined up. But once again, we were waiting to see if board approval was going to occur, and then we were going to send it to the attorney to match it up to send back to Smithfield Foods so that we can move forward.
I would like to make a motion to approve the donation from Smithfield Foods for a scoreboard for the main athletic field at Smithfield High School with an estimate value of $35,000.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
So we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chair, the only issue I would have with that is the word estimated. And if it goes over $35K, who's going to cover the rest of the money?
We'll go back to Smithfield Foods.
Okay.
Very simple.
I'm
They have
good
the money.
then. If that's what we're going to do and we know we're going to get the money.
Smithfield Foods is a company that has always supported education in all of Wight County.
Dr.
And
Goldman, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
And if it goes over the 35, I don't think they're going to have an issue to give us the little extra, okay? Well, the boosters, the extra, okay?
Okay. That answers my question then.
Mr. Chair, just for the sake of saying it out loud, we've already talked about this. It is my wish that we follow the policy to the letter so that when we draft up the official contract and send it over to Smithfield Foods, along with a huge thank you, I just want to make sure that our contract is in compliance with our policy.
Yes, sir. And that's the way we'll do it from here on out. I will send it to the attorney before bringing it here to ensure that we're aligned in that arena instead of the other way.
Okay. And who signs that on behalf of the school system?
Based off of policy, you would have to sign it. Okay. You would have to sign this particular project.
Okay. Very good.
Yes, sir.
Then I will make sure all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there any more discussion? If there's no more discussion, we will take a vote. Very good, 5-0. Next, we have the report from the superintendent.
Mr. Chair, I assure you that I will be brief. I did not present at our previous meetings, but would like to acknowledge the individuals I met with over the past 2 months, actually. I'm not sure who is advancing the slides. I was going to get Dr. Coleman. Thank you, sir. So first slide, once Mr. Ryder is able to catch up, there we have it. The ISLE Award, as we mentioned earlier, we've been issuing ISLE Awards each month. In November, I didn't present it. Would like to acknowledge the names of the individuals who received those awards. Mr. David Jones, a bus driver, Chef Horn and Hagen, Mrs. Dana and Mrs. Sandy Carr in finance for all of their support. And I saw this gentleman here, Deputy Alex Jones. Is Deputy Jones still here? I'm sorry, Johnson, the other J.
He just stepped out.
He just stepped out, that's all right. And the next slide, December. The individuals who were acknowledged, Ms. Jeannie Coleman, Mr. Mark Ruffin, Mrs. Stephanie Humphreys from the county, and Ms. Amy Howell. So they were the individuals who received the ISLE Award in December. Next, our student advisory. Very proud of this group. Actually, I'm meeting with them again tomorrow, and they are advising me on major issues as it pertains to the budget, safety and security. So we are getting the perspective and the input from our students. And next, we have our support services. I had the opportunity with Dr. Coleman and other staff members to meet with our support services, mainly our bus drivers and food service workers, and they too shared their thoughts, recommendations, and concerns with us. Next, I had the opportunity to meet with our students at the New Horizons Governor's School for Science and Technology, who are taking these advanced classes over in Hampton, and we are funding this. And these students all have internships with major entities in the Hampton Roads area. They also were invited to come to one of our board meetings in the future to share with you what they're doing. Next, our Iowa Wight County Schools Teacher of the Year, Ms. Courtney Woolley, was surprised with the fact that she was the Iowa Wight Teacher of the Year, and we're very proud of this young lady. And next, this is a tradition. Unfortunately, I wasn't feeling well during this time, so I missed this, but our central office staff dressed in holiday attire and distributed candy canes to all of our elementary students on December 15th, and they also stopped by our middle schools and our high schools to bring season greetings to the administrative team. So thank you, team, for representing in my absence. Next, huge thank you to Mrs. Lynn Briggs and Mr. David Elliott for the annual report. I know that some of you have read the annual report because you actually gave me some questions pertaining to the annual report. So thank you, Mr. Elliott and Ms. Briggs. Great job with the annual report. And last, I, along with a few of our staff members, had an opportunity to attend the Virginia Association of School Superintendents conference this week, actually, and we had an opportunity to hear updates from the 2023 General Assembly. Also seated there is the State Superintendent, Dr. Jillian Balo. So it was a great opportunity to hear directly from state officials some of the initiatives that are pending. So that concludes my update. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you. And the next subject is reallocating facility space based on needs. Dr. Coleman, Ms. Getz, and Ms. Sullivan.
And as they approach, this is a continuation. We were asked to provide numbers, and we have done that. Dr. Coleman, Mrs. Sullivan, and Mrs. Getz, take it away.
All right. There we go. All right. So, as Dr. Kramer stated, now we will provide the numbers for the ideology of moving central office to the Hardy School. All right. So first of all, let's look at the central office at Hardy and the estimated renovation costs. This estimated renovation cost is, first of all, let's look at the blue box. We're looking at the architect fees. The architect fees is what is going to be needed so that the architects can draw up the all of the items that you see on the left. So parking lot, earthwork, utilities, estimated out to be $225. Build wall veneer and rework and provide new electrical feed. Rework, provide what is needed for fire alarm system, mechanical systems, the general conditions, subcontractor bond costs, the insurance, business license, different things of that nature. So what this price is an estimated cost of once the demolition occurs, leaving those two wings at Hardy, Wing A and Wing B, leaving it, and then what we call waterproofing it in, meaning building the entrance for that. These costs also goes into permitting, ensuring that we have drawn up everything per specs so that we can go right down to the Isle of Wight Courthouse so we can get the permits done and everything goes directly through. So as you can see, Wing A, $56,000, $256, and Wing B is $81,663.10. You might wonder, why is there a difference between Wing A and Wing B? Wing A is cheaper because, if you remember, Wing A was included in the 90% completion of New Hardy as it's set. Wing B, adding that on, that you have to do, the architects had to do that from scratch. They had to come all the way up with all of the power, all of the sewer, everything, all the connections. That's why Wing A is cheaper than Wing B when it comes to the architect fees. Are there any questions concerning the estimated renovation cost of the bare school left there? Classrooms the same, HVAC at that time the same, no remodeling done at all. Okay, go right ahead.
$137,000 to pay an architect to plan out $585,000 that's not necessarily move-in ready.
That is move-in ready. Yes, you can move in. And when you say move-in ready, move in and everything is divided up and everything is already laid out, different things of that nature. No, move in. The school actually, of course, you already know, the school exists as it is right now. We have students at the school at this time in those classes. Instead of students being in those classrooms, we would be in those classrooms. Now, when it was drawn up on the specs, it was all drawn up to be demoed. So going back now and lining up the cost of, let's just take for the parking lots, the earthwork and utilities and mechanical, the power at Hardy runs from the farthest wing all the way to the cafeteria. So once that is demoed, the power has to be reran by Dominion, different things of that nature. So yes, to answer your question, is similar to when we built New Hardy. I think the architectural cost was, I forget, it was, I don't know, $500,000-600,000
Yes.
to do that. I don't really know the cost right offhand, but yes, that is the architectural fees.
Architects get a lot of money. That's why
Okay.
they go to school.
Are there any other questions concerning the estimated renovation cost for Bear Hardy? And I just want to continue to say, when I say Bear Hardy, it's what the students are in right now. It has lights, it has HVAC, it has working bathrooms, different things of that nature. That is Bear Hardy. Any questions concerning that? Not yet. You got you covered.
Okay.
All right. Now, these are the proposed renovations. The proposed renovations. Once again, I emphasize that was moving in the 585 as is. Now, the proposed renovations, each bathroom will cost $13,626 to redo. That means to take out the pre-K toilet and put a grown person toilet in there. So that means to redo the bathroom, different things of that nature. So with that, we're estimating out it's 20 rooms, 20 bathrooms in that section that we're looking at. So to rework that, that's going to be $272,520 on estimate. Classroom renovations, that's taking 10 of those 20 rooms, dividing it up, and when I say divide it up, take it all the way, turn one classroom into 4 different office space and take it all the way to the ceiling and the permits around to make sure that we have lights, water, and everything. That's up to code. And then, of course, a garage door installation on the back of the gym for the warehouse. It has a door, but we need a garage door for deliveries and different things of that nature, which brings that grand total to $667,520. Now, when you're looking at the blue box, savings for eliminating demolition costs, that's $110,000. So it doesn't offset everything, but it is an offset. By saving, because it already was calculated into the $36 million, it was calculated in to demo the entire new Hardy. Now, I apologize, demo the entire old Hardy.
Old Hardy.
So by not demoing those two wings, it's a savings of $110,000 that can offset a little bit. So we're looking at it as offsetting those costs for the architectural fee. Any questions on the proposed renovations at this time?
So we're talking $1.3 million.
At this time,
for this.
That is $1.3 million.
The piece I don't really like is the plus or minus, the mystery.
Yes. Yes, and there's no, for demolition at this time, I can't get a solid, the
pipes,
the
wiring.
Absolutely.
Right.
It might be 111,000 or it might be 105,000. I can't get an exact on that, so I do apologize.
The big thing that I'm looking at here is best value.
Yes, sir.
So, and one of the questions that I've got is, how many years are we going to expect this building to support us in the capacity as a central office? Is it going to be another 50 years?
Right.
Or is it cheaper in the long run to spend $2 million and build something brand new? That, that would be a better value for the county. So
yes,
these are questions I've got.
Yes, sir. All right, next slide. All right, now, the cost of renovation of Hardy, total estimated cost is that's everything laid out right there. Yeah, absolutely, it's everything laid out. Yeah, we can come back to that one. All right, this is the one. Hardy renovation now, warehouse savings. What do we need in the warehouse? Now, renovating Hardy will provide a savings. When it says savings, approximately $1 million. Let's look to the right. Let's look to the graph here. The building cost for a 4,000 square foot warehouse would be $670 to it was $1.5 million just for the cost. So I had to dig in deeper. So when looking at the cost of a bare bottom steel building, and that's what we're looking at, a steel building, it was going to be $700,000. Now, then we had to find land. Land is probably going to be at the annex, down there with the bus shop. So just to clear all of the old trailers and off, I already got estimates. It's going to be $70,000. Grading everything out, getting everything prepped for construction, $40,000. HVAC on that steel building, because it has to be HVAC control with humidity control, of course, $42,000. Of course, if it's going to be a records room, just like our previous one, it needs a backup generator. Installation for the walls, because once again, we're talking about a steel building, different things, $20,000. And then it's the odds and ends that we were needing anyway, things that we were going to need. We were going to need a forklift. Anyway. We needed a forklift at the warehouse that we were in, and we never really gained that. We had a forklift that we're sharing with the high school, but we're going to need a forklift. And then, of course, shelving. The cost of shelving, if we do move forward with Hardy into that old gym area, of course, we're going up 4,000 square feet down. We go up, we can increase it to probably 8 to maybe even 10,000 square feet going up. So in the shelving that we looked at was 38,000 industrial size shelving. And of course, the division will save $25,000 a year in current warehouse rental costs that was going out. Everyone knows it was really maybe $48,000 to $50,000, but we were subleasing it out, and that extra cost offset it down to $25,000 a year. Based off of that and getting into Hardy, if you can go back, well, I don't have the other slides. No, I don't have to go back to that. Just it can save space in other areas of the division also.
And just as a reminder, as we talked about last month, the advantages and why we want to do this. Smithfield High School, as we've talked about, has no more space. If we are able to move technology out, move technology into the Hardy building, that would gain us approximately 4 classrooms. We might be able to look at additional CTE expansion. I know we've just added a math teacher. So we do need the space at Smithfield High School. It also would bring everyone under one roof. Right. We'd be moving technology into there, all of instruction, all of special education could be there. So we could all be together, which does make it easier when we want to have professional development meetings and so forth. Speaking of professional development, it would give us space for that. Right now, we don't have room for professional development. When we want to do professional development, we have to come here. And if classes are here, we have to boot them out. So that would give us space to be able to have PD at our building, as well as meeting rooms. And then lastly, this would be something that we would have to definitely look at what the years are, but it could be something that we could then pull central office off of the CIP, which it's been there for years.
That's a great point.
Additionally, as we talked about in the last presentation, this would give us the ability to have more confidentiality of conversations, confidentiality of records. It would give us more access to conference room space where we can meet with multiple people where they feel like their privacy is honored. And it also gives us the ability to have a nice front when those renovations are completed to welcome our new hires during the recruiting process to show them the investment that we put in our employees, not only when they're in their school buildings, but also the employees at our central office as well.
Mm-hmm. So, and one thing I did forget, and I thank Ms. Gatz for bringing that up, entire central office will be under one roof, bringing technology in and all the other departments in under one roof. So what are your questions concerning CO moving to Hardy at this time?
Is the backup generator, I understand why you want it. You want to maintain climate control if the power goes out. And you mentioned this afternoon because of the records.
Yes.
They aren't in climate control today.
No, they're not.
They are not. Is that backup power going to be for that whole building?
The backup power based off of a new warehouse?
$15,000, is it more than just climate control for a records vault?
That for the warehouse.
Yeah.
Warehouse.
If we build a new warehouse, that warehouse right there will be for the whole warehouse.
Okay. Oh, I got it.
Okay.
I think at the end of the day, it's almost a wash. We're looking at roughly 200,000 difference, right?
Yes,
I mean, that's
sir.
when you get right down to it.
When you get right down to it.
$1 million to build a new warehouse and stay where you're at, or $1.2 million to convert that building into a new facility.
Yes, sir.
If I can add, Board Member Marsh, I think you're absolutely right. In terms of the dollars, it's probably a wash. But looking at what we're going to gain, I think is fairly significant. And I think your point is well taken as well, Chairman Colick, and that is looking at the lifespan. I would venture to say that the lifespan at Hardy repurposed is going to be far greater than where we currently are. So yes, it is going to be a wash in terms of the dollars. But I think at the end of the day, there are significant gains that have been articulated by Mrs. Getz and Mrs. Sullivan and Dr. Coleman.
And Mr. Marsh, in the past, there were discussions when we met with the Board of Supervisors that there is a possibility once the building of the new Westside, that central office may occupy some of the old Westside. So it still would be the same thing. Even if they came over here, they would probably have to do some of the same work. Now, that was just a discussion. It wasn't anything concrete. The other option was to build new.
Dr. Coleman, where's this money coming from?
The for the new warehouse, well, what are you talking about? The new warehouse?
Do we have to go to Board of Supervisors for it?
Okay, no, we don't have to go to the Board of Supervisors for that money at all. I know Dr. Kramer has touched bases with you a couple of times.
Of course, if the Board of Supervisors would elect to assist us, we welcome that.
But we do have the money within budgeted funds.
Yes, we have the funds.
Yes. we can look at some dollars that we have, we perhaps could look at. So yes, we think we can bring back to you an option in terms of paying for the renovation, repurposing of Old Hardy.
When's the drop dead date on this, that you absolutely have to have a vote?
I'll tell you, building a warehouse, just said it doesn't go the way to move into Hardy. Building a warehouse is going to take at least, I would say, 4 to 5 months, depending upon who you're dealing with and what you're actually getting. Because we could build a warehouse right now and get a backup generator next year at the same time.
But if we want to keep Old Hardy, what's our drop dead date?
Now, that is going to be,
I think I'm sorry, if I can very quickly, I think the construction company needs to know as soon as possible.
Right.
So I think we're looking at 2 deadlines. One, if we are going to build a warehouse, we're going to need to do that very soon because there's work that has to be done if that is the route we're going to go. If not, then looking at the construction or the renovation of Old Hardy, they were planning to demolish that. Right. So right now, if we're going to pivot and change course, I would venture to say we need to do that as soon as possible. So I don't think we have the luxury of being able to delay this vote.
The reason I ask, I kind of feel like we're being put, backed into a corner, and I don't like that.
Right.
And over the last year, many spending things that have come up have felt that way, and that's why I asked.
Okay.
If we don't need to know immediately tonight, I still want to go and take a tour of the Old Hardy, of where the demolition is going to take place, where the construction is going to take place, and what's going to go on. I'm just personally, and I don't know what the rest of the board is, I'm not comfortable going either way at this point.
Okay, I do want to add in there, just as you stated, it's going to take 3 to 4 months for these permits to work its way through the permitting process. That is based off of the new Hardy. Now, new Hardy was a lot bigger. It was a lot bigger exercise, but for it to work through, it's going to take a couple of months, 3 to 4 months, for it to work through the permitting process down at the county. Now, I mean, maybe they can rush it. Maybe, I don't know the ins and outs of that. But on basic, it's going to take 3 to 4 months for it to go through.
May I say something?
Please.
Mr. Chair. With the permits, I'm hearing where Dr. Coleman is coming from. We probably had a backlog from COVID, which they probably caught up the county. But with all of the developments that's coming forth now, I think we need to start getting those permits in so we will not be delayed. We would like, if we're going to go forward with this project, I would like to have central office staff in place when the students come back to the new Hardy Elementary in September.
Certainly.
And every moment we delay, it's not going to get any cheaper because the price of building materials is going up. This is what happened when we wanted to build Hardy, the new Hardy Elementary. There was a delay, which cost us more money. And I really don't want to go there because we need a warehouse where we are housing our records and things now. We have been given a date that we need to have those things removed from that area by the end of June. Now, where are we going to put them? Out there on Route 10 someplace? Because, hey, they've told us we have to move. So this is January. Do the math. The procrastination, you can procrastinate. Continue to procrastinate. It's costing the taxpayers money to procrastinate. Although we have the funding now, but we may have to go back if we put it off. We can't continue to put everything off. Dr. Kramer just told us the funding is there now.
Well, what I was saying is, it's not so much putting things off as getting information at the last minute.
Well, they presented it to us prior to tonight. It came up last month, and we had an opportunity to ask questions during that time if we had some concerns about it. As a matter of fact, we voted to send them forward to bring us back what they brought us tonight, and they have done their homework. So give them credit for doing that.
Oh, I do, absolutely. But we still need a little bit of time to digest some of this.
I don't need any time because I'm not a slow learner.
I got bite my tongue.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
I actually agree with Mrs. Tynes on this one. We don't always disagree, but I agree now. I have asked a load of questions with Dr. Coleman at this meeting, the last meeting, and offline. My personal view is I think these three fine folks have done some good homework on this. And for me, because the price is negligible one way or the other, I don't see any reason not to go forward with this. It's my personal view.
Okay, any more discussion? If there's no more discussion, I think we've had a motion, right? And a second.
No,
we didn't.
We didn't. Mr. Chair,
Well,
I would like to make a motion to approve the relocation of central office for 820 West Main Street to 99311 Hardy Circle.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Have a vote. Okay, so we had 4 yeas. I abstained, basically because I personally don't have enough information to go either way. You know, I don't disagree with anything you said, but I just personally don't know if that's the best value. So, okay, we will go on to the next, and that is Carrollton rezoning.
Members of the board, tonight we are asking for action on the Carrollton rezoning. Before we do that, I'd like to just review with you, Ms. Briggs and I, what we have done up to this point, and just share some of the feedback that we have received. So the areas that we're looking at that are currently zoned for Carrollton would be Wellington and Gatling Point North, Gatling Point South. Are the neighborhoods that we are proposing to rezone to Hardy. Be approximately 75 students that would be moved to Hardy starting next year. Some of the things that we've done, we've sent the information to the parents, the Carrollton parents, to say, hey, we're looking at rezoning. This is what would happen. We sent them a map. We have, Mr. Brennan posted the information in his newsletter for several weeks to let parents know this was coming. Ms. Briggs shared the information on all social media to again try to reach out to parents. We presented the plan at the November school board meeting, the plan along with the map of the rezoning. Last month you had a public hearing, which I believe we had a couple of people speak on the rezoning. Tuesday night we held a Q&A session at Carrollton Elementary, and we invited all parents to attend, and we shared the proposal and we answered their questions. I will say there has not been a ton of concern, and I will share what the concerns have been. Okay. Namely, it's hard to leave a school you love, so change is hard, but parents did understand where we are with capacity at Carrollton and how we are trying to reduce the capacity, and this is a way we can do that. The other thing that was brought up is the current third graders at Carrollton. Right now, they would go to Westside as fourth graders. It really does not make sense for those students in those areas, those neighborhoods, to go to Hardy Elementary for 1 year and then go to Westside Elementary as fifth graders. So if you're a current third grader at Carrollton and you live in Wellington or Gatling Point, North or South, you are going to go to Westside as a fourth grader next year. Other than that, And I'm going to let Ms. Briggs jump in. Anything that I've missed?
No, the feedback was fairly limited, as Ms. Getz said. We had people that spoke in favor of it. They said the proposal was very logical. They felt it was very well thought out. I think they liked the geographical boundary proposal that we went with, which was Jones Creek, which makes it very clear where that boundary is going to extend. And it's been very quiet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what's the, I don't always call it the capacity, but the percentage of fill for each school?
Mm-hmm.
They each going to be 60, 70, 85% full?
Yes, go ahead.
Well, no, so with this rezoning, it will drop Carrollton from in the 90% range down into the 80s. Okay. At Hardy, it will bring it up into the 60s.
Mm-hmm.
And Westside?
Oh, Westside's full. It doesn't really change Westside because Westside currently has the fourth graders that left Carrollton. They currently have those, and so we're saying we would still keep the same the fourth graders here at Westside. Right. It would not change Westside for next year. It would not change. The year after, it would reduce some at Westside.
Okay. Mr. Chair, so Carrollton today is roughly 90%.
93%, I believe.
Well, approximately.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
If we do nothing, how long before we're maxed? And I'm not condoning a trailer, mobile classroom, any of that. Right. I want to know how much time we've got if we do nothing, and then if we drop it from 90 to 80% capacity, given the current forecast, and I understand those fluctuate, how much time does that buy us? What are we looking at? Throw some numbers at me.
That's hard to answer, and I think we need to do a little bit more research for that exact answer, but I'm going to tell you this. 3 years ago, when we looked at this plan, we were moving the Carrollton fourth grade was going to stay there. So Carrollton was going to be pre-K through 4. Hardy was going to be pre-K through 4. Right now, we cannot keep fourth grade at Carrollton. There's no room. So in 3 years, approximately, maybe a little bit more, the plan has already changed because we don't have enough room at Carrollton to keep the fourth graders.
And I would add, Vice Chair Marsh, students are already in less than ideal situations in terms of classrooms. I think you can attest to this, that we have students who are in rooms without windows. And this gives us a chance to provide some balance. Otherwise, we are going to be in a situation where Hardy is going to have significant room and Carrollton is not at 100%, but it is full. And this gives us a chance to provide some balance for both of those schools, at least for a time period.
Mm-hmm. And I want you to know I understand your point, and we are really we're working with the county, we are working with them very closely. We're going to be providing you with some more information on building capacities. We're working on it. It's coming.
Thank you, Ms. Getz. And I actually applaud you this is hard for me to wrap my head around. You're looking at different schools at different grades, and you're trying to use different forecast models. This is a lot to wrap your head around.
Now, my question is, where is more the projected growth in the current, in the new zone for Carrollton or Hardy? Where are we looking at that? Because are we going to revisit this in a year or 2, 3 years?
Well, I don't know that we can say that. We know that there have been several developments that have already been approved that are dormant right now, that whenever they kick in, and they can kick in any time, that now is going to create an impact. That's one of the things we have to look at, is we can see the county's student population generation tool lets us know what's the predicted number of students coming from any proposed development. So we're working with county data. what we don't always know is when does the start button get pushed on that development. And then when it gets pushed on that development, usually it's in phases, so how long is that going to take? We do know that in the new zone, there are several developments that are already either approved or very actively moving forward. One that's been approved in the town of Smithfield is the Mallory Scott Farm development off of Battery Park Road, which is near Gatling Point and Wellington. That would now fall in the Hardy District.
Good.
We also know that there's a proposed development behind the Sherwin-Williams off of Turner and 10 near Smithfield High School with the new zone that would fall in the Hardy District.
You answered my question.
Yes. We also have one in Smithfield, the Grange at 10 Main, which if you've been here a while, I'll call that the old Robert Little supermarket site. That is being proposed to the town of Smithfield. That would generate, and we just got something from the town on that, that's going to be over 100 students. That would go to Hardy. So we think we've done a good job of getting some of those developments that are coming into the school that can accommodate them.
Mr. Chair, I feel like we got to do something. I know if I was going on a road trip, I certainly.
I'm impressed. Any more discussion?
No. Mr.
Do
Chair,
we have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the proposed rezoning plan as presented.
And do we have a second?
Second. You're good. You're good.
Okay.
Thank you, board
And it
members.
passes. And a capital improvement plan, Dr. Coleman, Dr. Kale.
Good evening, Chair, members of the board, Dr. Kramer. So we're just here to update you with regards to the CIP. So at this time, the recommended priorities that we shared with you over the last several months, construct the new school, improve school security, construct our fleet services building at bus garage, upgrade the Smithfield High School and Windsor High School track and football fields, expand our CTE facilities, look to improve and add universal pre-kindergarten for all students, upgrade our Smithfield High School and Windsor High School baseball facilities, and renovate the Smithfield High School band and chorus room. So we've shared a little bit with you about each of these projects and why we have put them as our top priorities for the CIP. And at this point, so over the last, so just a review of the timeline one more time for those people that might be tuning in. We've had our input survey from the community. We've had several in-person feedback sessions. We've asked for community input again via ranking of those priorities. And we've brought to you the CIP information from the community and from us. And so we're at that point, and we held a public input in December. So at this point, we are ready for you to have some discussion and determine what your priorities are for that CIP so that we know what information to bring back to you. And I understand that there has been a work session scheduled for next week. And so we'd be prepared to answer any questions you had at that time.
Perfect. Thank you. And next we have the appointment of compliance officers. Mrs. Sullivan.
So for those of you who are on the board in, I think it was July or August, you might remember we had this appointment of compliance officers then. So we did need to go in and update the compliance appointment letter, just because Dr. Kramer had come on when the first letter was issued to you. It was when Dr. Coleman was still the interim, and so we wanted to update that. And because we had made it an informational item here at the board meeting, we wanted to do that again since there was an update to the letter. You'll see it's dated on August 22nd. That was the date that Dr. Kramer came into his position. The only other addition that we made was that we clarified in it, it's always been this way, but that I'm the compliance officer and Title IX coordinator, and Colleen Lown is my alternate. It didn't define her specifically as the alternate, so if I'm out of the office or unable to take the Title IX complaint, she's available to take that complaint. Any questions for me? Okay.
Thank you. Next, Dr. Kale, provide information on the athletic trainer provider.
I hopefully will be queen of the short presentations tonight. I'm here just to present you with some information around our athletic trainer contract. Back in November, Bon Secours notified us that they were terminating their athletic training program. And so we had 60 days to find a replacement provider for those services. Athletic trainers are present at all of our varsity home games, all of our practices. They work with our athletes to make sure that they are safe and moving forward with their athletics in a positive way. So when we got this announcement, we started looking for other providers. We got input from, I used both the athletic directors and I met with Centera, we met with CHKD, and we met with Riverside. So some of our largest partners or largest medical providers in this area that have athletic training services. They each provided us, well, CHKD went ahead and emailed us and said they would be in excess of $100,000, which was more than what we were already paying. So we didn't pursue any additional time from them. But Centera also gave us a quote, and Riverside gave us a quote. We selected Riverside, and the amounts are, I believe you have a copy there in your packet, for what it will cost us to continue their services for this year. And the contract will continue through 2025, June 30, 2025, and then it terminates at that point, and we start over. Pardon? Oh, y'all didn't have a copy.
We don't have a copy.
I am so sorry. I did not realize you didn't have them. So it'll be $30,000 for us for the remainder of this year. Our previous contract, that's very much in line with what we were already slated to pay for this year. And then moving forward, it'll be a $75,000 annual cost. Again, these trainers travel with our team. They are there at all of our home varsity events. They work with our athletes. And some other advantages with Riverside will be working with them with our CTE programs. They've just built a facility here, so they're in good proximity for our kids. And they were able to retain our athletic trainer at Windsor High School, who has been in place for a long time and has built a great relationship with our community. And they have already staffed the Smithfield High School position, which would have been vacated with the end of the Bon Secours contract. So we are already ready to go. Any questions? Thank you.
Chair Collett. Chair Collett. So we just needed to officially announce that our work session for the CIP is going to be on January 19th here at Westside in the auditorium at 3:30 p.m.
Okay, did everybody get that? It's going to be next Thursday, the 19th at 3:30 p.m. here. That's a work session for the CIP, Capital Improvement Plan. Okay, next on the agenda is the action on the closed session items. We've got two.
Mr. Chair, I motion to approve the personnel report as presented, a copy of which can be obtained from the school board clerk.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? There is no discussion. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay, that's been approved. Next item.
Mr. Chair, I move that the school board extend the timeline to consider and render a decision in personnel case number JAN TAC 23, TAC 01 by 60 days from today's date.
I'll second that.
And there's a second. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? There's no discussion. Clerk will take a vote.
Okay. I'm going to do a verbal on this one. Mr. Cunningham?
Yay.
Mr. Marsh?
Yay.
Mr. Colick?
Yay.
Mr. Wooster?
Yay.
And Mrs. Times?
Yay.
Okay, next is the adoption of the consent agenda.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the consent agenda as attached and presented.
I'll second it.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none. We've had a motion and a second. Let's take a vote. Now, one thing I'd like to do on the consent agenda is we have had within the consent agenda a number of donors. So I just want to recognize those people very quickly. Troy Marine, the Women's Club of Smithfield, the Carsville Rorton Club, the Women's Club of Windsor, Mr. Raymond Lowe, the Isle of Wight Christian Outreach, Belcher's Paving, the Women's Club of Smithfield again, Peninsula Rescue Mission, William M. Cage Library Trust, Bayer Crop Science, Smithfield Foods, and the Women's Club of Windsor again. I thank everybody for their donations to our schools. Next, we have policy updates and revision. Policy IIA, second read.
Mr. Chair, in light of all of the visitors we had tonight and all of the speakers, I would like to recommend that we table policy IIA, revision policy, for a later action.
We have a motion to table policy IIA. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Is there any discussion?
Yes, I do have a discussion.
Yes.
Last evening, I think it was about 10 o'clock, I received this email from a former administrator in Wight County Schools, and which they're still active in our community. I'm not going to read the entire email. I think all of you received it, but the most important part of that email was section 5, and I would like to read that. Your role as a board member is to listen, to support educators, and to ensure that our students are successful, prepared for whichever path they may choose when they leave high school. Whether that be college, trade school, the military, or joining the workforce, it is important to keep the success of the students in the forefront of your mind, to create strong individuals who can think critically. By choosing to be on the school board, you choose to support our community, which means supporting families and their children. By putting your trust in the educators, the experts on these subjects, and listening to all stakeholders, all parents. Before making your decision, you will be proving that you truly have the best interests of this community at heart. And they also requested that we table the vote on this policy until further study and conversation is completed. Thank you for your service to our students. And that is from former Administrator Rebecca M. Mercer. And after reading that, I would also like to go further. We heard, and I'm so proud of all of these students that came up and spoke before us tonight. Some of them honestly, did better than the board members could do. And I have always been a supporter of the students in Wight County because I'm a product of that. I'm here tonight because teachers taught me the things in that revised policy that's saying we cannot do. In November, I voted, along with some of my colleagues, on this same policy. That's the policy that the teachers used when I was a student. Let's just say that, because it was open. They could teach us, they taught us the best they could. I'm sitting here tonight, and this is not the only board I've sat on. I've sat on regional boards, local boards, and I'm sure I was there because of my education in Wight County Schools. I, myself, as a board member, is no way in the world that I could vote. I could vote tonight, take action, and I could not vote for this. And if it comes up and nothing has changed, my vote will be nay. I'm not voting for this. I would suggest these young people that came out tonight, they asked us to form committees of the educators, of the parents, and of the students. Let them sit down and look at this policy. They are intelligent enough to write the policy for themselves, okay? With the teachers, with the educators. That's what we just did with our strategic plan. It was consisted of all those people. And we need to do the same thing for this policy because I see where it's going. It's no way I can vote for it the way it is. And that's just my say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Tynes. I don't have anything. Anybody else? No. I'll go last.
Okay, whether we agree on policy IA or not, everyone here has got to agree it got us a good turnout and participation tonight. Now, with that being said, over the past few days, I have received a total of 21 emails pertaining to policy IA, which is on the instructional materials. The majority of the responses that I received were in support of policy IIA as written. A breakdown of those emails: there were 12 that were in support, there were 9 that opposed it, and out of those 9, 6 of those emails were in opposition due to misinformation. The main issue that I have seen from the emails concerning policy IIA is the concern, and I must admit, legitimate concern, that students will lose their AP programs. That is not, nor was it ever the intent of the policy. I can't remember, I may have responded to some of you in this room. While I was campaigning for the Wight County School Board, my platform was very clear. One of my goals was to remove sexually explicit content from our schools. I made a commitment to the citizens who elected me, and I will not waver in that commitment. We did not make the definitions pertaining to sexually explicit content or inherently divisive content. Sexually explicit content is defined in Virginia Code 22.1-16.8, and the inherently divisive content is defined in Governor Youngkin's Executive Order 1. We did not arbitrarily create definitions, we took those from those sources. With all of this being said, I'm not opposed to modifying the language in policy IIA to provide a clear understanding of the policy and benefit everyone. What I will not deviate on is the commitment I made to the citizens who elected me. That's all I've got.
Mr. Chair. Clerk, how many people came up and spoke tonight on agenda items? 30?
It was exactly 31.
Okay. So I counted only 5 that were in support of IIA. So out of 30, we had 5 who were in support. So that means 25 were not in support. So we do need to sit down with the administration, teachers, students, and just discuss this, because this affects the whole county. I mean, really, the whole county is going to be affected by this. Our children are our future. I have a son at the high school, and I don't want us to censor what he gets, because he will be going to college. He wants to go to college, and it's a lot of other students out here who want to go to college, or even go get jobs or go in the military. But the thing is, we can't send them out there naive. I mean, they got enough sense to know what's right and what's wrong. They get that from their parents. So if we're doing what we need to do at home, it's not going to be a problem with what they get. And I can tell you, I can tell you there are filters out there on the tablets or whatever the kids have, the students have. They can't go to porn sites. I mean, they cannot go. If somebody wants to show me, give me a call and show me on a school tablet how they can go to a porn site, then make that happen. I'll meet you at the central office. You show me that. And Mr. Cooprider, you can be there too, because you're the man that makes sure that our kids don't get the wrong thing. So I want to prove to people. They want to tell me something. I want to prove to them that I'm not saying you're wrong, but I can just tell you, you can't go to those sites. You can't tell me you can go there. But you got to show me. If you can show me, then you've done something to your computer, and I don't know how to do it. But anyway, that's all I have, Mr. Chair. I'll give you the floor back.
Mr. Marsh?
So this is a big deal, right? It's a big deal. And it is a good turnout, and I'm glad people are watching. It wasn't all that long ago I was out there doing the same thing. The irony of it all is that 68.51% of District 4 voters voted for me because I promised to clean up and get rid of sexually explicit materials and inherently divisive social justice ideologies. And there's a lot of semantics involved in here. And obviously, there's some subjectiveness, misunderstandings on the spirit and intent. I don't speak for anyone but myself, but I think the spirit and intent of this policy is to make sure that we don't have kids opening up tablets and accessing digital apps that have sexually inappropriate materials. And I acknowledge that we have had successful progress in establishing filters on our digital apps, and that's awesome. We wouldn't be having this discussion right now if it hadn't been found prior to today. Is it there today? I think most of it's been weeded out. Some of it's still there. The trick is going to be trying to figure out how to get rid of the curriculum or instructional materials or whatever you want to call it that falls into the category or the definition of pornography. And it is out there in some books. And I acknowledge that what's appropriate for an elementary school kid is different for a middle school age kid as compared to a high school age kid. I get that. But at the end of the day, if you're not 18 years old, you're a minor. And so I will not condone providing anything to a minor that falls within the definition of pornography. End of story. And I've seen the books. I've read them. I was up here last year reading excerpts from the books. They're out there. So that's going to be the trick for the explicit part of it. And then when it gets to the inherently divisive content, I mean, again, I think what was missed here, and I'm going to read the definition, not all of it, just a couple words here. Inherently divisive content means advancing any ideas in violation of blah, blah, blah. We heard 25 people say it tonight. The key word, I think, is advancing. We're not saying we can't talk about racism. We should talk about racism. It's a real thing. We're not saying we shouldn't talk about the Holocaust. We're not saying we shouldn't talk about the Japanese internment camps. And all those things are all valid points. I think we all agree that learning about those topics is crucial. Because as I heard several people say tonight, if we don't study history, we're doomed to repeat it. So we're not saying let's not study history. What we're trying to do with this policy is to make sure that we're not separating kids under an ideology or a notion with the intent of putting guilt on one person because of the color of their skin or their sexual preferences, or labeling someone as oppressed because of their skin color or their sexual preference. We had a discussion in closed session, and we were talking about how to address people of different skin color. You know, when we get to the point where we talk about one another as just people, instead of saying Dr. Coleman is an African American and Mrs. Getz is a white female, you know, we're all just people. So when we can get to that point, that's where we need to be. And I think that's where we all want to be. So the spirit and intent of this message, or this spirit and intent of this policy, is to make sure that the teachers aren't pushing any ideology. Are they doing it today? Probably not. And if they're not doing it, guess what? Executing the policy is easy. The tricky part is going to be getting this policy wordsmithed in such a way that one of these young men up front can pick it up or pull it off the website and read it and go, huh, that makes sense. Or a parent or a teacher or anyone who looks at it can read it and go, I understand. And that's going to be the trick, and that's the challenge that the board has. And I'll let it rest at that, but I would agree that the policy needs work. And I'll give up the floor.
Mr. Chair, I just want to make one statement.
Sure.
I guess I've been up here the longest and on the board. Mr. Marsh, you made a mistake in your comments. It wasn't a mistake. What you did, you repeated something that we discussed in closed session. That should never happen again, okay? That's why we call it closed session.
First, I want to say that I am glad so many people came out, especially those who disagreed with the policy. We can listen to people who agree with us all day long, pat ourselves on the back, and it really doesn't do anything. When you come out and you explain why you disagree with us on something, we learn from that. Now, the intent, as Mr. Marsh said, of the policy, was not to remove any of the classics, was not to remove any of the books that we're aware of that you're using right now. Okay, the words sexual intercourse is not sexually explicit. Okay, period. It's not. Is it appropriate for a second grader? No. Is it appropriate for a high school student when he's reading a novel? Certainly, there's not an issue with that. And that's kind of where we were going with this. We didn't get it right. That's fine. We'll work on it. Hopefully we'll get some good input from the community, from some of the AP staff, from some of the central office staff, and even some of the students. You guys really did well. I was especially impressed, and I don't know if she's still here, the president of Smithfield High senior class. We can learn from y'all. But I want to make sure
that we do not have ever, and I'm talking 3-5 years down the line, that nobody ever introduces any type of graphic type of sexual books into our schools. We know they have them in other cities around here. Okay, Virginia Beach has one in middle school, and I won't go into any description of it, but it is not something that any parent would want their kids to read. So they do exist in schools. So it's my opinion that we should have a policy in place so that doesn't get introduced into our schools. But we do need to do it right, because we've got a great school system here. We've got a great AP program, which is seem to be one of the biggest concerns. And we are not going to do anything to jeopardize that program for any student in this county, now or in the future. So I don't know if we've had a second on Mrs. Tynes. We have. So if nobody else has anything to say, I think we should go ahead and vote on tabling this draft policy.
Okay. Just to confirm, the motion is motion to table IIA for a later action.
Yes.
Can we get a date or a time frame for that?
Yes, we're gonna, the board is gonna discuss it, hopefully, the same day we do the CIP. We're gonna add that to the agenda.
That's probably a good idea.
Because we need to do this immediately. I mean,
Yep.
we have these kids, we can't have them out there hanging.
Mhm.
We amend the motion. That way when we come back in February, we might be ready to do an action.
Mr. Chair, maybe we amend the motion.
In what way?
Perhaps we should amend the sitting motion, the standing motion to say we'll table it for further discussion at the upcoming working session on 19 January.
Yeah, we can say that. I mean,
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Did you get that?
I'm asking.
Mr. Chair, I move to table policy IIA for further action and to be included on the agenda for the upcoming work session, January 19th, 2023.
Now.
There was a motion on the floor, so.
So there's a motion to amend, so vote on the motion to amend first, and then a second motion to actually vote on the motion.
That's what I was gonna say.
We're voting.
No. We need to act on that motion first.
Yep.
Or you gotta receive that motion, and then he can present his new motion.
There you go. That's what we gotta do.
Well, what it sounded like happened was,
Add a date to it, that's all.
right, so what sounded like happened was, you have a motion on the floor, he made a motion to amend that motion, which he can do.
Yep.
And you can all get to the same end, and then it's just easier, then we get out of here earlier. I think that's what you all want to.
Exactly.
And you get to the same result. So vote on his amended motion to amend your motion, and then vote on your motion. Got it?
Said it again. I didn't get it.
All right, we're gonna vote on Mr. Marsh's motion.
Which is a motion to amend your motion. Right.
So all right, the motion that Ms. Tynes made and I second, it has been amended. So we're just gonna have one vote or two?
Two votes.
Okay.
Because you haven't voted on his amended.
Roger that.
So the first vote will be for Mr. Mr. Marsh.
Yep.
Mr. Marsh's amendment, the motion to amend your motion.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're ready.
Okay.
Let's do it.
I got it.
All right. So, Mr. Marsh, your motion was to, because we said we're going to vote on yours first.
Table policy IIA for further action to be included on the agenda for the January 19th work session.
Okay. All right, I'm going to take a verbal. Mr. Cunningham?
Yay.
Mr. Marsh?
Yay.
Mr. Colick?
Yay.
Mr. Wooster?
Yay.
Mrs. Tynes?
Yay.
Okay, so now that motion is, now you take a second vote to approve that motion.
And my motion the original motion was to table policy IIA for further discussion, period. It did not
Which
attach
has been
the date.
amended to.
Right, which has been amended.
Yeah.
They add the date. And Mr. Cunningham seconded.
Mr. Cunningham?
Yay.
Mr. Marsh?
Yay.
Mr. Colick?
Yay.
Mr. Wooster?
Yay.
And Mrs. Tynes?
Yay. Now,
Okay, that's
I have,
passed. Okay, that policy IA is tabled.
we'll wait.
Policy FFA for first read.
What was that?
Typically, I'd like to start reading these, but not tonight in a late hour.
Yeah.
So now we have the request to speak on non-agenda items. Any individual speaking on a topic unrelated to an agenda item may contact Ms. Whitlow, Board Clerk. Prior to the meeting, individuals may also sign up the night of the meeting prior to a request to speak on non-agenda items section during the meeting. Do we have anyone?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. In accordance to policy BDDH-E, presentation of information on any subject will be concluded at the discretion of the board. No person will be recognized to speak more than once. Citizens scheduled on the agenda to speak will be permitted 4 minutes maximum time for their presentation. Delegations will be requested to limit their speakers to 2. Persons speaking are asked to be specific, state the issues for the board's consideration, and attach a copy of your prepared remarks. If you have prepared remarks, they should be given to the board clerk. Please do not approach the board members. Any matter relating to specific students will be heard by the school board only in closed session. All right, first we have Richard Rogers. And later on we have a Richie Rogers, and that's probably the same person, so I just want to make sure. Okay. Next we have Heidi Swartz.
You don't know my height yet? Okay. I'm going to kind of repeat something that was said, but thanks, Mr. Rooster, for rewriting our policy and filling the school board meeting for one of the first times. Mr. Colick for allowing everyone to speak. Last year we would have been cut way off. Mrs. Tynes, it appears that you kind of listened to the citizens tonight when over the last 2 years, especially during mask and parent choice, you chose not to listen to majority. Unfortunately, I also watched you tonight a few times be disrespectful to the 3 men sitting up here, and I also watched those 3 men respectfully bite their tongues. It's not really what I first came up here to speak to, but oddly enough, I did not know that Mr. Marsh and Mr. Wooster went and did some tours to the schools, but this was brought to my attention by some parents at Carrollton Elementary. There's been understanding that there's been ongoing HVAC issues, at least in the first grade hall and maybe in other halls too, but the first grade hall, there are 3 classrooms that are freezing and 1 feels like a sauna. Last year, portable AC units were brought in as an AC unit died. Today, I ended up reaching out to some other parents, and I found out that classroom temperatures were at 66 degrees. Monday, they were at 54 degrees. This is in the elementary classrooms. Monday, if you remember correctly, Windsor High was closed due to HVAC issues, yet Carrollton Elementary was open in classrooms with 54 degrees in that classrooms. How are we're providing Windsor to shut down, but Carrollton is still open. Last year, Smithfield High School was shut down in the gym due to HVAC issues during the winter. How do you expect teachers to teach and students to learn in an environment that is that cold and sometimes in sauna-like conditions? My understanding is that Dr. Coleman's been working on the issues since he's been with Wight County, but that's a number of years. It doesn't seem like this is a new issue, but issues that's been going on for about 5 years. It's a shame that parents are reporting to me I don't have a student at Carrollton Elementary. I have nothing to do with Carrollton Elementary, but they're coming to me because they know that I'll come and I'll speak out. Possibly they're not even getting portable heaters or portable AC units. They did get a couple last year, but they need more. They're asking if maybe by even tomorrow there's some way they can get portable heaters in the classroom because it's cold. They're asking, like, how do they expect small children to get a proper education in uncomfortable conditions and the teachers to provide this? I myself couldn't certainly imagine being in a room with 20 or so uncomfortable first graders. I can imagine that would be very difficult, and then to be teaching them. I can't imagine that central office would not want to be sitting in 54-degree weathers. I'm sure they would shut down, but yet we're expecting teachers to teach and children to learn in an environment like that. So I'm just bringing that to your attention because it was brought to me, and they know I will stand up here and speak about anything. So here I am, bringing it to you. Get them some heaters, get them some AC units. That was brought to my attention. Thanks.
Dick Grice.
Good evening. I'm Dick Grice. I live at 415 Muirfield. I'm in the Smithfield district. This evening I applaud what this board has sat and listened to and is now recognizing that they need additional work on the policy 2A. Some of the conversation, however, I found extremely interesting in that the mission statement of the school was addressed multiple times to prepare our kids to go forward. Board members, you just received a report card not long ago. That report card talked to SOLs and the number of students that we have not performing at grade level in math and reading. Not once this evening did I hear anything about that discussion and what you're going to do about it. The second thing is that I'd like to bring up is there was a comment made, and the reason I know this is I'm a trustee of the Hope Presbyterian Church where you rent space. I don't remember any discussion about fencing off areas or putting HVAC or anything else in that facility to make it a warehouse that you would like to use for your files. I also know for a fact that the reason why you are leaving in June is because you rewrote the contract and only renewed it until June of this year. So you're being asked to leave because you wrote a contract that said you would be leaving in June. If you had written a contract that asked to extend that, I'm sure that Hope Presbyterian Church would allow you additional time as you are transitioning to a new school. You may want to take that into consideration. Oh, last question, our last comment was, several people stood up and referenced the Bible this evening. I think it's a #1 bestseller. Maybe it's something you want in your libraries. Just a comment. Thank you.
Brandon and Courtney Rice.
Good evening. I'm here tonight to speak to you about a situation that happened to my daughter and family at Carsville Elementary School on January 10th, 2023. My wife reported an active threat after she was told by our daughter and my son, that a student threatened to shoot my daughter the next day. I was informed by my wife of the incident, which led me to contact Wight County Sheriff's Office to see if it had been reported. It had not. This was now 45 minutes after the incident had been reported to school officials. So I reported an active threat at that time, and officers were dispatched to the school. After arriving at the school and speaking with the school administration and officers about the threat and how it would be handled, I asked the question, what is your EOP for keeping children safe tomorrow? I got nothing. I informed them at that time my children would not be returning to the school until I am informed of adequate safety measures that are in place. And I still have gotten nothing. The next day at 9:35 a.m., parents received an email from the school administrators that there was an active threat the day before. This is alarming because the investigation wasn't finished, and it was unknown if this was a single child event. At the time the notification was received, children were already attending school, and parents were not given the opportunity to withhold their children from school. This should have all been a part of a proper mitigation of a threat covered by an EOP and should be concerning to the entire community. The manner that this investigation has been handled led me to investigate on my own what safety procedures and protocols the county has in place on your website. During my investigation, I came across the Wight County 2022 School Safety Survey. Within this survey are numerous alarming details, and I will briefly cover just a few. And these few that I am going to cover have a percentage rating, which isn't clearly defined in the safety survey. So the first one being on page 4, question 6, 100% of administrators have not attended a Department of Criminal Justice Services SRO and or administrator basic course. Page 11, security strategies section states that 0% of staff and students have been trained in run, hide, fight, and also only 1% have been trained on how to barricade doors. Page 25, the kinds of training requested by our administrators. Mental health training has been requested by 25% of the administrators. Specific threat-related topics have been requested by 11%.
1 minute.
Page 26, biggest challenges to the threat assessment team, 28% is determining the level of threat. And I'll go past the rest. These are only a few of the alarming concerns that I have found. I would like to request a focus meeting on procedure and protocol for the safety of our schools. And I would like to also ask you this one question. Do you feel you can keep children safe adequately with the procedures and protocols you have in place currently? That's all I got.
Jake Fales. Kylie Hilbert. Bridget Giles. Angela Schwartz. Charles Haskett. Luann Scott. Elijah Smith, sorry. Sarah Fales. Ryan Mack. David Adams.
I thought the mask conversations were long. Holy smokes, guys. David Adams, Windsor District. Congratulations, Chairman Colick and Vice Chairman Marsh, Mrs. Tynes, and Mr. Cunningham. Thank you for serving those roles in 2022. This is a lot to go over here, so I'm going to focus on one thing first, the CIP. I know the unfortunate event that happened in Newport News can't happen here. Oh, maybe it can. I think we should prioritize the CIP to move the security measures to the top of the list. Burying our head in the sand and pretending it can't happen here is a fool's errand. The safety of all our children should be the number one thing. If they're on the bus, if they're in the school, it doesn't matter. Hopefully we can make that happen. I don't want to see metal detectors. I'm not proponent of that, but there has to be something we can do to be proactive in a very reactive environment. To the policy IIA, I'm a bridge builder. I've talked to everybody up there, I think, at least a little bit. I want to find common ground where we all agree. Mr. Marsh, you said something just a second ago. What is appropriate for a second grader and what's appropriate for a high schooler, I think we all agree, is completely different. My son's 12, goes to Georgie Tyler Middle School, and he's having conversations I'm not ready for a 12-year-old to be having, but it is what it is. Is rape a good topic? No, but should little girls understand what rape is, what consent is? Yeah. As a parent, I don't want to have that conversation. I'm uncomfortable there, but to kind of amplify on what other people said, where we're uncomfortable, we're going to grow. We're going to come to a consensus. We're going to figure that out. I applaud you for voting to table it until January 19th. The problem with that meeting is it's at 3:30. How many people are going to be able to make it to that meeting? So I implore the people that might watch this afterwards, email your representatives on this school board with your comments. The last thing I want to talk about is I heard a lot of people attacking what you guys have created, but no one gave you a head, I would have put this or I would have put that, and that's what I'd like to see come from the community. You guys are doing, and Mrs. Tynes, I apologize, you're doing what you can with the information you have, but we need to give you something. I know I said that was my last thing, but it's not. Inherently divisive, especially when it's tied to an executive order, doesn't make a lot of sense to put in a policy, in my opinion. Because when the state executive changes, and it will, what then? How's the policy going to be written? If you are trying to, and you very clearly articulated what your intent was, we want to block this explicit language or this explicit content. Be very specific in your policy. Leave no room for ambiguity. We're blocking this, this, and this. Then people can't come to you with reductive arguments and say, well, what about this and what about that? No, it's not in the policy. We're not trying to block that. I've rambled on long enough. This has been a long enough meeting. Thank you very much, and thank you to the support staff for everything you're doing.
Next, we have Lewis Edmonds.
So first of all, Mrs. Tynes, I want to start with this real quick. Your comment to Mr. Marsh was completely out of line. In August, you stood up there, you stood right there in the chairman's seat, and you lied about the interviews that took place for the appointing people, interviews that took place in closed session. So it's one thing to talk about closed session, it's another thing to lie about it. And then on top of that, this organization destroyed all the records in violation of the Virginia Public Records Act. So I couldn't even prove that you had lied in that closed session. And this board has done nothing to address that since I brought it up in September. So I think you're a little out of line with that. It's hypocrisy and it's disgusting. So moving on to tonight's comments and everything else. You know, I agree. A lot of the students here that spoke tonight, extremely well spoken and everything else. There's some interesting things that kind of came out of that, though. You know, this is a county that reliably votes 60-40 towards right-leaning politics. All of the students here tonight, not very much of a diverse opinion that was in line with not a very diverse opinion from the educators. And I find it really strange that almost all of the speakers, if not all of the student speakers, came from Smithfield High School AP classes. What are the rubes down in Windsor and the southern end of the county? What are they doing? Like, do we not understand what you're trying to pull here? So I just find it a little odd that all the student comments came from the Smithfield High School, and we have AP students at Windsor, and not a single one came from Windsor. A little strange to me, but we'll leave that there. You know, I'll be honest with you, I'm not a big fan of censorship. I do think the policy does have some rough edges that need to be worked out. If I was to recommend a policy, I would go with, at least as a bridging thing, you know, we could do what I refer to as the Tynes Doctrine. The Tynes Doctrine is, if it's so disgusting that you wouldn't let a parent put it up in a school board meeting to be displayed to the public, and you tell senior staff that you're protecting the public from that material, probably shouldn't be in the school system. So we can apply the Tynes Doctrine until we can all get together and apply a more feasible policy. The last piece that I'll talk here, so I am somebody that, you know, quotes, does the work. I read a lot. I like to be informed, fully informed. So I am all about having hard conversations and tough conversations, as long as it's age appropriate and it's in the right environment. So, brought a couple things from my library, happy to share them. So one book is How to Be Anti-Racist. So this book has gotten a lot of attention and everything else. Students should read it. There are ideas in here. If you're going to read this, though, then you should also read from, you know, a black educator, from Thomas Sowell, The Quest for Cosmic Justice. Both books are about social justice. You will get two very different opinions from two very similarly lived experiences. That's what I am worried about, you know. We talk about, you know, transgender stuff and everything in the schools and, you know, making sure those students are safe and everything else. How many teachers are bringing up irreversible damage? And a lot of stories about people that transitioned and then they detransitioned because they realized that they had been led astray. Again, there's two sides to every story. And if you want to understand what a lot of this was tonight, I highly recommend The Madness of Crowds, written by a gay man, and he talks about the gay agenda and other things. So happy to let anybody borrow them. The only thing worse than censorship is presenting one side of the story and treating it as undisputed truth. Thank you.
Jasmine Johnson. Laura Fletcher.
I just have a little catch-up list as well. I appreciate your time and your allowing me to do this. First of all, again, regarding the censorship thing, I thank you actually for bringing that so that we can have this conversation. The whole purpose of this is not to censor books. I'd like for the young people in the room to understand that. I'm not interested in censoring ideas. There are topics, though, that are weighty issues. We've already said that. And these are things that parents should be involved in. We don't need our children carrying a lot of this on their own. And it's wrong for educators to think that somehow they can block us from that or that we don't deserve to be a part of the conversation. And whether that's what they mean or not, that is how it's being presented. So one thing I would like to suggest is that there really needs to be a literature committee, some sort of a committee, teachers and parents, school board members, maybe each school board district could have 3 parents, elementary, middle, and high school that would participate in this board. Then they could be responsible to share with you their representative on the board what's going on, and we would just have a flow of information. That's because what we want to do as a community is create safeguards, some sort of guardrails. We have youth that are going out of control, whether it be drug addiction, suicide, child trafficking, things that we've never seen before in these numbers, and we must address it. And the very best place to address it is here close to home, and we can do that together as a community. My other concern is, I just want to say this, it's very alarming as taxpayers and citizens to hear our elected representatives want to rush to vote. It's very alarming. My money, my savings is going out the door right now. I understand y'all's is too. And I understand that we have building things going on that we planned before we knew how the economy would turn. I'm not faulting that. I am asking you, though, to consider every cost, every decision that you make right now, because we've elected you to be good stewards of our funds. And in light of that, I'd like for you to also then consider WHRO, because what came up in the I-1A is really a problem, because they're doing a lot of teacher training, and that was evident in their last presentation to the school board. One of their things brought up, 18 WHRO professional development sessions were offered in 2021 to 2022. The top 2 topics were social emotional learning, creating connections and building resilience, and equity DIY practice tips for creating equitable classrooms in 2022 and beyond. Those are things, again, that go directly against the executive order of Youngkin, what taxpayers, voters in Virginia do not want, because it is divisive. It does not honor civil rights. It is wrong. And the thing is we have this cyclical pay system with WHRO where everybody feeds in and they control so much information coming into the schools. It absolutely needs to be addressed. Mr. Cunningham is the representative of WHRO. I hope you'll really consider that, because what they're bringing in is not always good, wholesome content. And I hope you'll consider teacher training in light of these concerns. Thank you.
Kieran Smith.
Hi, I just want to be really quick. I know it's really late. I just want to address a comment that was made by a citizen tonight and by our new board members. And I thank you for serving on the board. I would never do it in a million years. It's a nightmare. But I want to say, so everyone's making this assumption that Mr. Wooster and Mr. Marsh were elected because of their stance on removing explicit and divisive material from schools. I want to say that everybody in the county votes for the school board, not just the parents of children in Isle of Wight County Schools. Most of my neighbours, colleagues, friends who don't have children in the school system have no idea what's happening in the school system. You know, they don't know what the current issues are. They don't know anything about it. If someone walked down my street, there's only 3 kids in Isle of Wight schools on my street, and said, do you want pornography in schools? Every single one of them would say no. That doesn't translate to the policy that was presented tonight. And if you told them this is what it would be, they would probably say no. So you can win majority of votes in your district, but that does not mean that you win the majority of votes for the parents of Isle of Wight County. Yeah, I think there's a lot of reasons I know people voted for you too. I don't want to go into specifics, but it's not necessarily because of your stance. So don't think that you have a mandate because you won, and that's the only reason you won. Okay, that's all I want to say. I just want you to put it out there and just think that there are other reasons why people voted for you. Okay, a lot of my neighbours know your names because you were campaigning and your names and signs were seen with our current Congress representative. You know, they don't know you, they know nothing about what you stand for, but they know your names. And if you go in to vote, who do you know on the ballot? I'll vote for the person I've heard the name of. That's all I want to say. Thank you tonight.
That's it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, next we have board member requests and comments. Mrs. Tynes? Go ahead and turn on your mic.
It actually came before me in December. Staff member in one of the buildings here in the county had some concerns because when they are hired through HR, they have an option, I think maybe 10 months, 12 months, whatever, contracts. Well, in previous years, if most of the teachers are hired on a 10-month contract, they had the option, if they wanted to have some of their funds set aside from their monthly checks. So while they're home during the months of July and August, they can receive a check. Well, I guess that has changed over the years. Well, it came to my attention that there's possibility, there are some staff members on those 10-month contracts would like to see that done again. And I just would like to see staff, maybe they can report on, I don't know when it changed. I just found out it has changed because I thought it was still the same.
Yeah, if we could find out the feasibility of that, Dr. Kramer, that would benefit staff members, absolutely.
Yeah, it's certainly something we will look into, absolutely.
Okay, that's all. That's my only request.
Thank you,
because the individual, this is the third request they have made of me because they live in my district. So I said I will present it to the board tonight, and maybe staff can look in to find out what happened. And if it's something we need to address and go back to that, because I guess if they're hired on a 10-month contract, they have the right to be paid for 10 months if they want to, or they have the option to have the funds set aside for 12 months.
Mr. Worcester, do you have anything to say?
I've got nothing.
Mr. Marsh? And Mr. Cunningham?
Not now.
Okay, very good. I've just got one thing for next month. Dr. Kramer, you and I had talked a couple months ago about one of the comments that Supervisor Grice made. What are we doing for the kids that are not up to reading level? So are we still looking at that in another month?
As I shared, we'll have staff provide a presentation in the coming months. Yes.
Perfect. Sure. Thank you. Okay, and we are done there. So without any further ado, and it's pretty close to tomorrow, this meeting is adjourned.